Chapter 1164. Tens of thousands of feet high in the sky, thick white clouds drifted across the horizon like snowy peaks. Sunlight scattered down, making the vast space above the clouds appear especially spectacular and beautiful. At this current moment, the blood flame bird that Xiao Yan and the rest were riding on was flying forward at a slow pace. Only when they heard the intense energy explosion did the group gradually slow down. Xiao Yan had originally planned on circling around the area. Rather than face the enemy head-on, it was better not to see them at all. However, it was stopped by Luo Jin by the side. Although he did not clearly state the reason, he ordered the blood flame bird to fly toward the battleground in front. This unusual point caused Xiao Yan to be extremely surprised. Luo Jin was usually even more cautious than Zhou Yuan. Why had he become so aggressive today? Despite knowing that there was a huge battle ahead, he chose not to avoid it. This was indeed strange. After a short period of time, the area in front of Xiao Yan's group finally became spacious and empty. Not a single cloud could be seen in the boundless sky. The thick layer of clouds had long been scattered by the energy blasts. At this very moment, four figures were rapidly flying through the sky in Xiao Yan's and the rest's line of sight. The occasional collisions caused the land to tremble as wave after wave of astonishing energy unfurled in all directions. When the enormous storm arrived in front of Xiao Yan's group, it was easily dispersed by a low roar from the blood flame bird. 3 of the 4 people were wearing long gray robes. One could tell at a glance that the remaining person was a woman. She was wearing a long blue dress. The thing that surprised Xiao Yan was that this woman was the woman he had seen in the gorge a couple of days ago. "It's her," gasped in surprise. Subsequently, Xiao Yan's gaze involuntarily landed on Luo Jin's body as suspicion grew in his heart. "Humph, stinking girl. I advise you not to make any more pointless struggles. If you want to safely leave behind your storage ring and flying beast. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." In the sky, the 3 middle-aged men in gray robes continuously flashed through the air. Genesis Chi rapidly circulated in their bodies as vicious Do skills were continuously unleashed, viciously smashing towards the woman in blue. "Humph! Despicable! If not for the 3 of you joining forces, you will not be my match." The Genesis Chi in her body was still rapidly being exhausted. In the face of the powerful Do skills that were about to reach her, the ice-like crystal-clear longsword in her hand swiftly danced. Genesis Chi shot out, barely managing to receive the trio's attacks. At the same time, her graceful body rapidly retreated. With a jerk of her wrist, powerful Genesis Chi was once again frantically poured into the longsword. The sword's edge vibrated and countless deadly sword Chi shot out. While the trio's expressions changed, the Genesis Chi in their bodies surged, barely managing to block the sword Chi. Soon after, the trio charged towards the girl with even greater ferocity and ferocity. "Haha, stinking girl. I have no choice but to admit that your battle power is indeed not something the 3 of us can compare to. In a one-on-one fight, none of us 3 brothers will be your match. It's just a pity that you're facing the 3 of us. Therefore, you should obediently accept your fate." After blocking the woman's sword Chi, a sinister smile appeared on the trio's faces. They looked at each other, the ruthlessness in their eyes clearly visible. The instant their mocking laughter rang out, even more vigorous Genesis Chi gushed out from their bodies. In the face of the trio's ferocious attacks, the already solemn expression on the besieged woman's beautiful face grew even uglier. Beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead after such a long battle, and more than half of the Genesis Chi in her body had been consumed. She was already feeling powerless at this point in time, and if this continued for a long time, she would not even have the chance to escape. Boom! While the woman was rapidly retreating, one of the 3 middle-aged men suddenly flashed over from the side and swung a fist. Just as it was about to land on the woman's soft body, it was blocked by the woman's backhand at the critical moment. As the man was pushed back, the woman could not help but release a muffled groan as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "God damn it!" the woman cursed in a low voice. When she lifted her head, she discovered that the other 2 had already arrived in front of her. each of them brandishing their fists as they viciously charged at her. At such a close distance, she already had no chance of dodging. However, if she tried to forcefully block, she would likely be seriously injured. While her heart was greatly alarmed, the woman could no longer care about anything else. She hurriedly circulated all the Genesis chi in her body, pouring it out without reservation in an attempt to block the duo's attacks. I say, you three men are all origin transformation experts, and even outsiders would have to address you respectfully when they see you. Who would have thought that the three of you would gang up on a single woman? Have the dignity of an expert been fed to the dogs by the three of you? However, just as the attacks of the two men were about to reach the woman, a cold reprimand that was filled with disdain was suddenly transmitted into their ears. Almost at the same time, a human figure instantly appeared between the two gray-robed men and the woman in a ghost-like manner. Two palms were flipped and each palm met one of the men. Bang! The moment the four palms collided, a powerful force instantly poured out from the man's body. It was like a volcanic eruption, sending the two gray-robed men in front of him flying. The man didn't move an inch after knocking back the two with a single blow. After a few breaths, he slowly withdrew his palm and turned to look at the woman behind him. An elegant smile appeared on his handsome face as he said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Miss, we meet again." The person who spoke was naturally Luo Jin. Just now, before Xiao Yan had the thought of attacking, this fellow had involuntarily charged out. Seeing that this woman was about to be in danger, his attack became much more ruthless. Only then did he manage to force back the two opponents, who had a similar cultivation as him. Otherwise, it was likely that Luo Jin would not have been able to force back the two of them so easily. "It's you." That means... Just as the lady lifted her head to search, another figure streaked across the horizon. Soon after, the two people who were about to charge over were sent flying. As for the other person, when he saw the black-robed young man and Luo Jin appear at this moment, he immediately felt incomparable fear in his heart. Without daring to say anything, he immediately chased after the two people who had been sent flying. Hee. I never imagined that I would be able to see you 3 times in such a vast world. I have to say that we are truly fated. Chapter 1165. That's right. Being able to see you again means that there is fate between us. Not long after Xiao Yan's words sounded, the little fairy doctor, who was beside him, swiftly rushed over. Her pair of beautiful eyes contained a strange color as she stared at the woman in front of her. Her gentle and beautiful smile seemed to contain a feeling that kept people 1,000 miles away. Seeing this situation, the woman immediately laughed softly. Her pair of beautiful eyes swept over Xiao Yan's body. Her gaze flickered slightly as she said, "You must be Xiao Yan. I can feel their aura on your body," she vaguely said. Just as Xiao Yan was shocked that the other party actually knew his name, the woman had already swiftly descended. She landed in the mountain forest below and broke the formation that trapped the wind vulture. She once again stood on the back of the wind vulture and was about to leave. "How do you know my name? Who are the they that you are talking about?" Just as the woman was about to leave, Xiao Yan hurriedly chased after her and blocked the front of the wind vulture. He wanted to clarify the woman's words. "Regarding me, I think that we will meet again very soon. As for them, you should know better than anyone else." Hearing this, the woman in front of him faintly smiled. Her long and narrow eyes glanced at Xiao Yan. She casually wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and consumed a medicinal pill. After which, she turned her head to look at the blood-flame bird in the sky, which was staring at her with its eyes wide open. She softly laughed and ordered the wind vulture to leave. "Miss, haha, I saved your life just now. It seems a little unreasonable for you to leave just like that." The wind vulture was just about to move when Luo Jin, who had a somewhat disappointed expression on his face, once again rushed forward and blocked the front of the wind vulture. He directly stepped forward and faced the woman in front of him as he said with a silly smile, "Did I ask you to save me? Or are you saying that you saw that I was in a situation of certain death?" But Luo Jin was just about to open his mouth to refute, but he immediately saw the confident eyes of the woman in front of him. At this moment, the words that were already at the tip of his tongue were forcefully swallowed back. Following which, the woman gently stomped her feet and the wind vulture beneath her slowly flew forward. Buzz! However, just as the woman was about to leave, Xiao Yan stopped her once again. The powerful aura from his body swept out and filled the area in the blink of an eye. Miss, I don't mean any harm. I just hope that you can explain what you just said. What do you mean by they? And who are you? The powerful Qi forced the wind vulture beast to not dare to charge forward. Xiao Yan's questioning voice was like a bell that reverberated between the sky and the ground. Even though this was the case, this beautiful woman in front of him was still as calm as usual. I know that you're very powerful. However, it's not that easy for you to stop me. Oh, is that so? Just now you... Swoosh! Without waiting for Xiao Yan's cold laughter to fall, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the void in front of him, there was originally nothing in the void, but in the blink of an eye, a slender and narrow icicle condensed. The sharp light was almost close to his forehead. Even though it was still a few inches away, Xiao Yan could already feel the bone-chilling coldness from it. Didn't your teacher teach you that no matter what, you should never underestimate your opponent? The cold and indifferent voice entered Xiao Yan's ears. Only then did the icicle floating in front of him slowly dissipate. This scene of coming and going without a trace made Xiao Yan instantly think that the woman in front of him did not seem to have used the power of the Great Way from beginning to end in the previous battle. At this moment, Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something. This woman might have been suppressing her strength from the beginning. She did not want to meet the opponent in her best condition. In this way, she tried her best to squeeze out her strength and challenge the limits of her own combat strength. Although this was accompanied by a considerable amount of danger, once she succeeded, the increase in strength that would be brought about by a long period of experience would definitely be extremely terrifying. At the thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but be secretly shocked. This woman's temperament was really different from ordinary people. It had to be said that this time, Xiao Yan was also confused by his opponent's appearance. If this woman really wanted to kill him just now, Xiao Yan's head would have been separated from his body by now. At the thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. Immediately after, Xiao Yan withdrew the aura that he had released and took the initiative to make way for the woman and the beast in front of him. The latter did not stand on ceremony. The wind vulture's huge wings flapped gently and carried the woman slowly towards the south. Looking at the figure that gradually disappeared into the distance, Xiao Yan's heart became more and more suspicious. What exactly was the so-called them referring to? Also, she said that they would meet again soon. What did this mean? All of these made him very curious. Xiao Yan, remember, my name is Li Bingrui. We will definitely meet again. It was also at this moment that the woman's leisurely cry was suddenly heard from the distant horizon. Xiao Yan softly repeated it twice and memorized the name. On the other hand, Luo Jin widened his eyes and stared in the direction that Li Bingrui had left in. His heart was filled with reluctance as he recalled the domineering and strong demeanor of the latter. However, he had forgotten that the person who had lost was Xiao Yan. High up in the sky, at this time, the blood flame bird also stared at the direction that Li Bingrui left with his eyes wide open. His heart was filled with fear as he recalled the gaze that the latter had when she looked at him. That slightly familiar feeling made him involuntarily recall some things that had happened in the past. It's her. She actually recognizes me. Recalling some dark times in the past, the blood flame bird's heart could not help but tremble. Everyone said that his character was tyrannical, but how would they know that he had once been beaten up by a little human girl to the point where he had to flee from his family? The most shocking thing was that he actually saw the girl from back then again today. After that, this group of people once again stood on the back of the blood flame bird and continued to head towards the extreme south. Xiao Yan's heart was still thinking about the words that Li Bingrui had just said, but in the end, he still could not think of a reason. At the side, the little fairy doctor silently guarded Xiao Yan's side. Looking at Xiao Yan's appearance of trying to think with all his might, she could not help but feel a little complicated. Even the blood flame bird was secretly worried about something. Fortunately, the following part of the journey was much more stable. There were no accidents along the way, and they did not encounter any more accidents. Perhaps it was because they were getting closer to the extreme south that the people here were even more unwilling to easily provoke those unknown forces. This was because no one knew what kind of terrifying existence they would face next. And in this kind of waiting, after 3 days, Xiao Yan and the others finally arrived at the extreme south, a place called Endless City. Please bookmark the Flame Emperor anew. The Flame Emperor anew is the fastest to update. Chapter 1166. Hopeless City was one of the largest cities in the southernmost region. Reaching this place would mean that they had officially entered the southernmost region. The southernmost region was not a city or a mountain range. Instead, it was a vast region that the 3 sects of the southern region managed together. Compared to the other regions of the southern region, this place was without a doubt much more prosperous. Basically, all the experts of the southern region had gathered in the southernmost region. For example, Fu Yulong and Lu Ya, who Xiao Yan's group had encountered on the southwest border, were returnance experts, but they would only be below average in the southernmost region. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how valuable the southernmost region was. Returnance experts were only below average existences. Above them were origin kings or even origin kings. Xiao Yan's heart immediately tightened slightly when he thought up to this point. Just by looking at the current situation, he could already cause the world to change with his cultivation at the origin realm. He wondered just how terrifying the strength displayed by an expert at the origin realm would be. The blood flame bird left by itself after Xiao Yan's group arrived outside of Hopeless City. Before they left, Xiao Yan was not stingy in giving this fellow a couple of Tier 5 medicinal pills in order to express his gratitude and apology. Initially, that fellow was extremely dissatisfied with Xiao Yan's actions. His tone even contained some disdain. However, when he saw that the medicinal pills that Xiao Yan had taken out were all rank 5 medicinal pills, a glint immediately shot out from the large beast eyes of that fellow. He snatched the medicinal pills from Xiao Yan's hand without any hesitation, appearing to be afraid that Xiao Yan would go back on his words. The magical beast race was unable to refine medicinal pills to begin with. Other than spending a large sum of money to purchase medicinal pills from human alchemists, most of them could only obtain medicinal pills by killing others and robbing them. However, the medicinal pills that they obtained would be greatly lacking regardless of whether it was in terms of quality or quantity. It was extremely rare for something like Xiao Yan to give away medicinal pills. After accepting the pills, the Bloodfire Bird's original hostility towards Xiao Yan's group faded away. However, it still did not completely let go of the matter. The Bloodfire Bird was a proud race after all. It was impossible for it to accept orders from others. If it were not for Xiao Yan's coercion and the fact that Xiao Yan's group was heading towards the southernmost region, it probably would not have agreed to lead the way. Humph, Xiao Yan, don't think that the matter of your pills is over. I'll remember this grudge. I'll keep it for now. Just like that woman said, I'll definitely return it to you with interest the next time we meet. After leaving behind these words, the Bloodfire Bird turned around and flapped its huge wings. It flew towards a mountain forest southwest of the city. That's right. Although I don't know how you got involved with that woman, I'll still give you a piece of advice. It's best that you don't become enemies with her. This is because the person behind her is someone you can't afford to offend. The Bloodfire Bird's warning voice was transmitted from afar. Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded his head when he heard it. Although he did not know the exact identity of Li Bingrui, just from the frightening fighting strength that woman had displayed, she was definitely an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. Additionally, from the words of the Bloodfire Bird, Xiao Yan could also tell that this fellow seemed to know the identity of that woman. However, since she had already left, it was impossible for him to inquire further. Let's go into the city. Turning his head around, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the huge city in front of him that was like a prehistoric beast. A sigh gradually surfaced in his eyes. I finally arrived at the extreme south. Burning Flame Valley, geocentric body transformation milk. I'm coming, Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. Immediately, He lifted his foot and led everyone behind him as they walked toward Wuming City. As soon as the group entered the city, the scene before them immediately shocked them. Majestic buildings stood in the city like mountains. The crisscrossing streets were laid out before their eyes. There was an endless flow of people and a hubbub that reached into the sky. Xiao Yan had already sensed quite a few powerful presences in the short amount of time they had spent in the city. The owners of these presences were all returnance experts. It really is the extreme south. Just the number of experts in the city is not something any city in the southwest can compare to. Other than the returnance experts, even the weakest person on the streets was a 5-star Do-D. There were even quite a few origin transformation experts moving about. The origin transformation experts who could rule over an entire region in the western region were only ordinary passersby here. It was truly surprising. As Xiao Yan's group studied their surroundings, the appearance of this group of people also attracted the attention of quite a few people in the city. After all, aside from the fairy doctor and Mu Ling, everyone else in the group was at the origin transformation realm or above. They even had Xiao Yan, a returnance expert, with them. Their battle prowess could be regarded as terrifying. The most surprising thing was that aside from Zhou Tai and the huge ape, everyone else was a handsome young man. It was very difficult for such a group to not attract the attention of the people in the city. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding passersby, the group slowly walked towards the center of the city. Counting the time, it had only been a week since they had left Green Sun City. This was much earlier than their initial estimate. Currently, there was still half a month's time before the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley. During this period of time, it was more than sufficient for them to reach the location of the Burning Flame Valley from Wuwang City. Old Man Zhou, I already know about 2 of the 3 sects of the southern region. May I ask what kind of organization the other one is? Xiao Yan had only been focused on cultivation before. Now that he had arrived in Hopeless City and seen the bustling streets, he only thought of this when he had some free time. He immediately turned his head and asked Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai slowly exhaled when he heard Zhou Tai's question. He sighed and said, "The strongest of the 3 sects of the southern region is the Burning Flame Valley. I don't dare to comment on the strength of the other 2 sections, I only know that they are on par with each other. The 3rd sect is called the 10,000 Scorpion Sect." The 10,000 Scorpion Sect, Zhou Tai muttered softly before he continued to speak. The 10,000 Scorpion Sect is not an ordinary human organization. It was established by an extremely powerful magical beast. In the extreme south, it is the only organization that uses magical beasts as disciples. A magical beast sect? Xiao Yan immediately raised an eyebrow when he heard that. An organization completely established by a magical beast in the territory of humans was truly a strange matter. Chapter 1167. Since it's a magical beast faction, could it be that humans will allow them to exist peacefully in the extreme south? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan could not help but voice out the doubt in his heart. The relationship between humans and magical beasts had always been like fire and water. Very few magical beasts were able to survive in human cities. This was not because of the environment, but because humans had a bone-deep rejection of other species. Any magical beast that humans saw would definitely be expelled or killed. Furthermore, the extreme south was a vast territory established by humans. How could there be a magical beast force that could exist peacefully? Hearing these words, the heaven-reaching giant ape behind him frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything. He was naturally very clear about the conflict between humans and magical beasts. Haha, rejection is natural, but don't forget that in this world, you still have to use your fists to speak. As long as you are strong enough, it doesn't matter whether you are rejected or not. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is meaningless. No matter how you argue or struggle, it's all just useless. Zhou Tai faintly smiled. He had already understood this matter in his heart. On the other hand, Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he heard these words. He asked, "Since that's the case, the Burning Flame Valley and the Heavenly Puppet Sect actually did not join forces?" Join forces? When Xiao Yan's words came out, Zhou Tai immediately sneered and hurriedly said, "Brat, Your thinking is too simple. In a tripartite balance of power, it is absolutely impossible for any side to be easily defeated, unless one of the sides is strong enough to force the other two to join forces. However, among the three, the Burning Flame Valley is the strongest. Naturally, the Heavenly Puppet Sect would not join forces with them. As for the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect, it is even more impossible for these two to join forces. Think about it, the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Burning Flame Valley do not believe in humans. How could they join forces with the Magical Beast Clan to resist? It is precisely because of this ingenious relationship between the three that they have successfully developed to their current stage. Hearing Zhou Tai's words, Xiao Yan came to a sudden realization. No wonder the Burning Flame Valley was the strongest faction in the extreme south while the other two did not do anything. It turns out that there was such a relationship between them. If not, the situation in the southern region would have changed long ago. Of course, you should not purely think that this is the entire southern region. Although the three sects of the southern region are powerful, the southern region is vast with hidden dragons and crouching tigers and dragons. There will definitely be experts that have not appeared. Perhaps the person behind Li Bingrui is such an expert. Zhou Tai's mentioned, no matter how outstanding her cultivation talent was, no one could be certain that there were other experts that existed in the southern region. However, Xiao Yan was certain that behind Li Bingrui's, there was definitely an expert that was at least at the origin King Realm Master. But Xiao Yan was certain that there was definitely an expert that was at least at the origin. Huff! Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh when he thought of this. He secretly felt a pressure surging over in his heart. He had just arrived at the extreme south and he had already heard such news. He did not know what kind of powerful existences he would encounter in the future. Haha, you need not be too worried. Even if Li Bingrui has the support of an Origin King expert behind her, since he is able to teach such an outstanding disciple, that expert is definitely not a narrow-minded person. As for the three sects of the southern region, they have nothing to do with us. As long as we obtain the core body transformation milk, we can leave. Seeing such an expression on Xiao Yan's face, Zhou Tai hurriedly comforted him. The little fairy doctor by the side also nodded. Luo Jin gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and revealed a firm smile. Only after seeing this did the latter nod his head. He raised his gaze and strode towards the city with his head held high. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the rest followed closely. At the same time that Xiao Yan and the rest entered Wu Wang City, in the depths of the extreme south, within the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, a middle-aged man who was resting on his side suddenly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his purple eyes, a purple light flashed like lightning. In an instant, the aura within the middle-aged man's body suddenly surged. In this extreme south, other than those few, there are actually humans who dare to kill members of my clan. They really deserve to die. Men! An ice-cold and indifferent voice reverberated within the spacious hall. Soon after, the door to the hall outside was opened and a human figure flashed in. Sect leader. The human figure half knelt in front of the hall and respectfully lowered his head as he spoke. Go, send someone to kill this human. The purple light in the depths of the middle-aged man's eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, it transformed into a ray of light and transformed into a human face in the void in front of him. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan. Yes. Below, the human figure raised his head to look at the human face and responded. Soon after, his body gradually distorted until he disappeared. In Wu Wang City, Xiao Yan and the rest quickly found a place to stay in the city. After a few days of hurrying, although the group was not tired, they had arrived at an unfamiliar territory after all. They should stop and understand the situation here first. In Zhou Tai's words, it was also his first time here. It was only right for him to familiarize himself with the environment. Perhaps Luo Jin had been here many years ago. However, it was a long time ago and there was no way to verify it. After finding a place to stay, the group strolled around the city. Other than not provoking some experts, these few pairs of bright eyes saw many valuable things in the shops. This heaven-piercing giant ape had not come out for many years, so everything he saw was filled with a burning desire. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were not easy to deal with either. One of them was a Class 5 alchemist while the other was a Class 5 formation master. They were both extremely obsessed with medicinal ingredients and special materials. After looking around the city a few times, Luo Jin did not see anything that caught his eye. However, Xiao Yan did see a medicinal ingredient in a store called the 100 Herb Pavilion. Broken mirror flower. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the medicinal ingredient. The broken mirror flower was the main ingredient used to refine the Class 5 broken mirror pill. The broken mirror pill could greatly increase the chances of an origin transformation expert breaking through to returnance. Normally speaking, any origin transformation expert who consumed a broken mirror pill would be able to break through to returnance in a single stroke. As a result, the broken mirror pill was a particularly sought-after pill among origin transformation experts. This time, Xiao Yan's plan was not limited to this. Although the broken mirror flower could ensure that a late origin transformation expert could successfully break through to the origin realm, it could also allow the heaven-reaching great apes to recover their original cultivation. Moreover, if they were lucky, they might be able to use it to break through. Chapter 1168. In the extreme south, Wuwang City, the 100 Herb Pavilion. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with passion as he stared at the medicinal herb that was currently placed on the counter. He was pleasantly surprised. With the broken mirror flower, he would be able to use it to refine the broken mirror pill. Once Luo Jin and the others consumed it, the strength of his group would once again skyrocket. However, with just this broken mirror flower, the number of broken mirror pills that could be refined was extremely limited. With Xiao Yan's current alchemist skills, the chances of him successfully refining the broken mirror pill was not very high. If he succeeded, it was likely that he would at the very most be able to refine one pill. Ha! Little brother, you seem to be extremely interested in this broken mirror flower? A middle-aged man with a head full of gray hair spotted Xiao Yan in the bustling hall with a single glance. That kind of urgent gaze was exactly what their store needed. The more people needed something, the more profit they could bring to their store. Only when he heard the voice did Xiao Yan turn his head in doubt. He saw the middle-aged man walking over with a smile. His mustache, narrow triangular eyes, and harsh lips caused people to feel that this fellow did not appear to be a good person at first glance. This was especially so for this wretched smile that matched his appearance. It caused people to shudder even though it was not cold. If this fellow had not mentioned the matter of the broken mirror flower, the moment he opened his mouth, it was likely that he had come for Xiao Yan. Mid-origin transformation realm. Xiao Yan gently raised his eyes. His gaze swept up and down the middle-aged man's body as he quietly said in his heart. Following which, he opened his mouth and inquired, "Sir, you are?" "Oh, I am Hu Yenzhao, the manager of the 100 Herb Pavilion. If you have any needs or questions, please feel free to ask me." Hu Yenzhao grinned, revealing a row of yellowish-brown teeth. He clasped his fist at Xiao Yan. "Manager Hu, do you still have any stock of this broken mirror flower?" Xiao Yan immediately nodded gently when he heard these words. Although the appearance of the person in front of him was not likable, he was at the very least a manager. This broken mirror flower was something that belonged to his family. Naturally, he had to be a little more courteous when speaking. What a coincidence. A few days ago, a few broken mirror flowers just entered my 100 Herb Pavilion. If little brother needs them, I'll ask someone to get them for you. The expression in Hu Yenzhao's eyes immediately brightened when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His face was filled with smiles as he replied. He turned around and was about to call someone to retrieve it when he was hurriedly stopped by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had traveled around the continent for many years, so he had some understanding of how these fellows did business. Once he took out the broken mirror flower, this fellow would definitely not rest until he sold a few of them. Moreover, the price he would sell them for was definitely not a small sum. In order to sell medicinal herbs, these fellows would do anything. Although this middle-aged man's cultivation was not as high as Xiao Yan's, since he was only a steward, it already showed that there was a stronger force behind the 100 Herb Pavilion. If there was no need, it was best not to cause any conflict with them. "Manager Hu, don't worry. I just asked casually. I just want to know how much this broken mirror flower is worth." With a smile, Xiao Yan stared at Hu Yanzhao in front of him and said casually. Only then did he ask about the value of the broken mirror flower. Seeing Xiao Yan's calm appearance, Hu Yanzhao's expression was slightly startled. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to see how Xiao Yan felt about the broken mirror flower. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would be so calm. Although there was a possibility that there was no lack of decoration, at least he could not see it. Oh, it's like this. My 100-herb pavilion has a rule. All medicinal herbs sold must be exchanged with medicinal herbs of equal value or higher value. Of course, if the quality is not good enough, quantity can be used to make up for it. In this regard, my 100-herb pavilion will have specialized alchemists come to check. The same principle applies to medicinal pills. As soon as Hu Yanzhao finished speaking, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. This 100-herb pavilion played a good hand. In this way, no matter what kind of item the person who bought medicinal herbs or medicinal pills obtained, the other party would definitely obtain an item of equal value. In other words, wasn't this the same principle as not having any business? But then, where would they get their profits? Thinking up to there, Xiao Yan could not help but become curious. How would a store with no business be able to make profits? How would it continue to operate? This broken mirror flower is nearly 2,000 years old, and its medicinal properties are extremely rich. If it is used to refine the broken mirror pill, it should be able to refine 3 or 4 pills. If little brother is able to ask a rank 5 alchemist to successfully refine such a medicinal herb, then the profits will instantly skyrocket. Although Hu Yanzhao was not an alchemist, he had managed the 100-herb pavilion for many years. He had an extremely good understanding of the uses and qualities of all the medicinal herbs here. The broken mirror flower could be used to refine many pills, but according to what he knew, the broken mirror pill was still the most in demand. Not to mention, Xiao Yan was only a young man. Since he had found the broken mirror flower, he obviously wanted the broken mirror pill. Young man, you should know that the broken mirror pill has an extremely high chance of helping an origin transformation expert break through to returnance. If you take it, not only will you be able to increase your cultivation, the remaining broken mirror pill will definitely be a hot item in an auction. At that time, you'll be able to make a huge profit. Hu Yanzhao forcefully raised the price of the broken mirror flower with his words. If Xiao Yan had spoken, Hu Yanzhao would have definitely raised the price of the broken mirror flower even higher. At that time, it would no longer be a problem that could be solved with a medicinal herb of the same value. The broken mirror flower was indeed the most important main ingredient for refining the broken mirror pill, but Hu Yanzhao's words were still a little biased. Although he had exaggerated the broken mirror flower to the point that it was impossible to refine a pill with just one medicinal herb. Once other medicinal herbs were added, the nature of the pill would change drastically, and the value of the broken mirror pill would decrease as well. This Hu Babel truly lived up to his name. For the sake of his own family's interests, he simply did not care about anything else. Just a portion of the main ingredient was already able to be blown to such a miraculous degree by him. If it was any other ingredient, wouldn't it have been blown to the skies by him? If that's the case. After a long period of silence, Xiao Yan continued to listen to Hu Yanzhao's boasting. Only when the person before him stared at him for a long time did Xiao Yan speak. Before he could even say anything, Hu Yanzhao had already held his breath and stared with his eyes wide open. He waited for Xiao Yan to nod. How many more broken mirror flowers do you have? I'll take them all. However, just as Xiao Yan was still hesitating on whether he should reject, a young man wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, who had gathered at an unknown time, suddenly opened his mouth. His words were like a clap of thunder that instantly broke the atmosphere between Xiao Yan like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 1169. By the time Xiao Yan and Hu Yanzhao returned to their senses, they saw a chubby young man standing to one side. He stared at Hu Yanzhao with a burning gaze, as if his emotions had been stirred up by Hu Yanzhao's words. The fat man's clothes and accessories made him look very luxurious, just like the son of a rich family. However, his fat head and big ears lowered his status by quite a bit. But no matter what, Hu Yanzhao was unable to remain calm when he saw such a rich young master standing before him. Hee, I never thought that not only would this young master be a hero, but you would also be so generous. To be honest, we don't have a lot of broken mirror flowers in the 100 Herb Pavilion. There are only 5 of them, but since you want them all, I'll immediately send someone to retrieve them. Hu Yenzhao immediately sent someone to retrieve all the broken mirror flowers in the store after a series of insincere praises. Young master, the broken mirror flowers are indeed precious, but our Feng family doesn't need them. If you want them all, it'll be difficult for you to explain to the patriarch. At this moment, a skinny old man with a huge body suddenly stood out from behind the chubby young man. His black robes completely covered his body. He was filled with disdain when he heard Hu Yenzhao's words, but his tone was still much gentler when he spoke to the chubby young master. He even mentioned the patriarch on purpose to make the young master take back his words. This, Master Lan, the broken mirror flowers really are treasures. If they're refined into pills and I consume them, I'll definitely be able to break through to returnance. At that time, no one will dare to look down on me anymore. A sliver of fear involuntarily flashed across the chubby young man's face when he heard Master Lan mention the patriarch. However, he soon persevered. Master Lan frowned when he heard that. A sliver of reluctance appeared in his eyes. At the same time, there was a sliver of pity and pity. At the same time, quite a few people in the hall could not help but laugh when they heard what the chubby young man had said. This was because the chubby young man's cultivation had only just reached the level of a 7-star Do Emperor. It was extremely difficult for him to even reach the origin transformation realm, let alone returnance. Xiao Yan also followed the strange words of the fat man in front of him, and his gaze landed on the latter. After a few careful glances, he seemed to have found some clues. In response to the mocking and disdainful laughter, Master Lan, who was standing beside the fatty, merely glanced back. His sharp aura immediately caused those people to shut their mouths. One by one, they quickly turned around in fear, and many people even hurriedly ran out of the 100 Herb Pavilion. Late returnance. Relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense the cultivation of the skinny old man in front of him. Immediately, Xiao Yan's heart trembled and his whole body tensed up. Who would have thought that there would be such an expert in Hopeless City? However, at the same time that Xiao Yan felt surprised in his heart, he could not help but feel curious about the faction behind this fatty. Just what kind of organization could have a late returnance expert act as a young man's guard? Take the mirror's broken flower back. We don't need it. The old man first stared at Xiao Yan. An unusual glint flashed across his deep old eyes. Immediately, he spoke faintly to Hu Yenzhao, after which, he pulled the fatty's wrist with the intention of bringing him away. Although Hu Yenzhao's heart was somewhat unwilling to accept this, he still withdrew his thoughts after giving it some thought. His gaze once again landed on Xiao Yan's body. Since this rich man had run away, he could only hope that Xiao Yan would buy his mirror's broken flower. Senior, please wait. However, just when Hu Yenzhao looked back at Xiao Yan, the latter suddenly turned around and called out to the old man who had already reached the entrance of the 100 Herb Pavilion. Is something the matter? The old man's tone was a little low and deep as he spoke. A pair of deep old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. A dark and cold aura involuntarily climbed onto Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's heart tightened slightly. He could not help but be surprised by the old man's strength. Early returnants could not be compared to late returnants experts. Xiao Yan had no doubt that if they fought now, he would not be able to last more than 100 moves against the old man in an open battle. And that was under the assumption that he had used most of his trump cards. Senior, I checked the young master's body without permission and discovered that he seems to have been poisoned. Before Xiao Yan could finish speaking, the old man suddenly shuddered. A powerful presence immediately swept out, turning into an invisible wave of air that pressed down on Xiao Yan. Kid, I don't care who you are, but if you show any disrespect to my young master, don't blame me for being merciless. Faced with this powerful pressure, Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He took half a step back. At the same time, a powerful pressure swept out from within his body and blocked the force that was heading toward him. Hu Yenzhao's expression immediately changed when he sensed the powerful presence from Xiao Yan. He had never thought that the young kid before him would actually be a returnance expert. The corner of Hu Yanzhao's mouth could not help but twitch. However, Xiao Yan did not have the time to pay attention to him. After dispersing the wave of air, he spoke in a hurry. Senior, I have no intentions of disrespecting your young master. I just want to tell you that I might be able to cure him of this poison. Humph, no matter how many alchemists we've invited, it's all to no avail. Even the elders of the Alchemist Alliance can't do anything about it, yet you say you can cure it? What gives you the right? However, Master Lan did not seem to believe Xiao Yan's words. With a cold snort, he waved his hand and created a gust of wind. He wanted to leave with his young master. Boom! Soon after, however, just as the two of them were about to step out of the door, a cluster of pale blue flames suddenly rose from Xiao Yan's palm with a bang sound. The high temperature was instantly unleashed. The temperature of the entire hall rose significantly at this moment. Even the air had become dry. I wonder if that's enough, Genshin muttered. Almost at the same time, the moment Master Lan's front foot stepped out of the door, his body froze on the spot like a stone statue. Although he didn't turn around, his pair of old, cloudy eyes were wide open at this moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This is a heavenly flame. Chapter 1170. Master Lan stared at Xiao Yan in disbelief from the 100-herb pavilion. His deep eyes were fixated on the blue flame that was slowly rising up in his hand. He was shocked inside. This really is a heavenly flame. Swish! In an instant, Master Lan's figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He stared at the flame in Xiao Yan's hand face to face and felt the uncontrollable, overbearing feeling within the flame. Master Lan could not help but nod his head heavily. It really is a heavenly flame. Not bad. There's probably no other power in the world that can compare to it. The expressions of Hu Yanzhao beside Xiao Yan and the remaining people in the hall immediately changed when these words sounded. Numerous gazes gathered on Xiao Yan in an orderly manner. Their fiery hot gazes stared at the flame in Xiao Yan's hand at this moment. The shock in their hearts was completely expressed on their faces. After confirming that it was a heavenly flame, Master Lan immediately pulled his young master up and took a step back. He bowed to Xiao Yan in front of everyone. I am Lan Yi. This is my young master, Fang Jizong. Please forgive me for being rude to you earlier. Master Lan did not hesitate or pause in this series of actions. From recognizing the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's hand, to thinking rapidly in his heart, to bowing and cupping his hands together in apology. All of this happened within the short span of a few breaths. You worry too much, senior. I spoke too rashly before, which was why you misunderstood. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was involuntarily startled. Following which, he hurriedly went forward and helped the bent Master Lan up. Master Lan was a late returnance expert after all. Bowing to him in public was already a great gesture. Xiao Yan did not dare to be rude. The elder of the Alchemist Alliance who examined the young master's poison in the past said that the young master's poison is extremely deep in his body. Normal methods are unable to expel it. There are only two methods in the world. One of them is to use a heavenly flame to refine the poison, but the heavenly flames in the world have already gained sentience. Normal people can't obtain a heavenly flame. Master Lan's face immediately lit up when Xiao Yan helped him up. The matter of Fang Jizong being poisoned had troubled his Fang family for many years. He had searched everywhere but was unable to find a way to cure the poison. He originally thought that this was the only way, but he never thought that Xiao Yan, who possessed a heavenly flame, would appear here at a time like this. It was truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. Senior, you said that there are only two ways to cure the poison. One of them is a heavenly flame. What about the other one? Hearing Lan Ye's words, Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Naturally, it's a sufficiently powerful cultivation. Lan Yi sighed softly before continuing. Although that is the case, even if we went to find a supreme expert, he was still unable to expel the poison. At the very most, he could only suppress it for a period of time. Otherwise, his cultivation would not even be at the level of an 8-star Do-D. This time around, Xiao Yan took over without waiting for Lan Yi to spit out the words from his mouth. After some investigation, he had clearly sensed that although Fang Jitsong's cultivation was indeed at the level of an 8-star Do-D, there seemed to be another force in his body that was continuously sucking away the Genesis Qi in his body, causing his cultivation to be lost at all times. It would not be long before Fang Jitsong's cultivation fell to the level of a 7-star Do-D or even lower. ****. The elders of the Alchemist Alliance once judged that if young master's cultivation continued to be lost, once his cultivation fell below the level of a Do-D, young master's spirit source would collapse on its own. At that time, all that would be left of this body would be an empty shell. At this point, Lan Yi could not help but turn his head to glance at Fang Jitsong. There was some reluctance in his old eyes. Therefore, I hope that Mr. will be able to expel the poison in my young master's body. If you can expel the poison, I guarantee that the Fang family will owe you a huge favor. When these words were said, Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the slightest, but his heart was wild with joy. After all this talk, wasn't this what he wanted to hear? Xiao Yan did not think that he was a good person who would step forward to expel the poison for no reason. However, he had just arrived in the extreme south and had met an expert like Lan Yi. He could guess that the faction behind Lan Yi was definitely not ordinary. If he could make such a person owe him a favor, it would be of great benefit to his following journey. Master Lan, don't be anxious. Since I mentioned the heavenly flame, it can be considered that I have agreed to expel the poison for young Master Fang. Please don't worry about this. After speaking, Xiao Yan slowly turned around under Lan Ye's puzzled gaze. He looked at Hu Yenzhao and said with a smile, I'll have to trouble steward who to put away this broken mirror flower for me. I want it. When Hu Yenzhao, who was looking at the two of them with a blank face, heard this, he suddenly came back to his senses. He almost jumped up, turned around, and shouted at the attendant of the 100-herb pavilion not far away. Immediately after, the attendant hurriedly moved. Wait a minute. However, at this moment, Lan Yi once again stopped Hu Yenzhao. Hu Yenzhao immediately looked at Lan Yi. Compared to Xiao Yan, this old man was even more terrifying, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. Under Xiao Yan's suspicious gaze, Lan Yi spoke calmly. Take all the broken mirror flowers in your inventory and give them to this mister. I will pay you all the required fees. Hu Yenzhao's eyes immediately brightened the moment these words were uttered. He rejoiced quietly in his heart. Immediately, he hurriedly sent people to retrieve all the broken mirror flowers in the warehouse. Together with the one on the counter, he handed them all to Xiao Yan. As for the other medicinal herbs needed to exchange for the broken mirror flower, Lan Yi handed them over on his behalf. In addition to the medicinal herbs, Xiao Yan was also surprised to find that there was a large amount of spirit stones involved in the transaction. Haha, mister. Please don't be offended. The 100-herb pavilion has always been trading items. This is absolutely fair. However, we need manpower after all. It's not much. One medicinal herb only costs 1,000 spirit stones and the elixir costs 3,000. Seeing the stunned expression on Xiao Yan's face, Hu Yenzhao merely parted his mouth and laughed. His appearance was completely harmless. However, the words that were spat out from his mouth caused the flesh on Xiao Yan's face to twitch. This 100-herb pavilion really had a good plan. Not only would they not suffer any losses from such a transaction, they would also be able to obtain a large amount of spirit stones. It was basically a trick to gain something without risking anything. Chapter 1171. Haha. Mr. Xiao Yan, are you still upset about what happened just now? On the street, Xiao Yan and Lan Yi walked forward slowly. Fang Jitsong walked beside Lan Yi like a child. Usually, Lan Yi would let him do whatever he wanted, but now that there was an urgent matter, Lan Yi naturally had to take care of him. This was also one of the tasks given to him by Fang Jitsong's father. The behavior of the 100-herb pavilion is no different from a street robbery. How can such a shop still continue to operate? Xiao Yan really could not understand. Since the 100-herb pavilion was so sinister, Why would anyone be willing to do business with them and even willingly give them spirit stones? Haha, Mr. Xiao Yan's words are somewhat reasonable. If they only make a fuss about the price of the medicinal herbs, it is indeed normal. However, they do not make a loss and still want to collect a large amount of spirit stones. This is indeed intolerable for ordinary people. At this point, Lan Yi could not help but open his mouth. He glanced at Xiao Yan and laughed dryly before continuing to speak. But Mr. Xiao Yan, have you ever thought about why they are doing this? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this logic obvious? They were purely here for the spirit stones. Most of the medicinal herbs in the 100 Herb Pavilion are actually placed in the auction. All the truly valuable things will be there. Although the remaining medicinal herbs and elixirs are similarly difficult to find in the outside world, their value is far less than the former. Even so, the resources that the 100 Herb Pavilion has are not comparable to other shops in Hopeless City. This is because they monopolize all the medicinal herbs resources from outside Hopeless City. Of course, this is only limited to high-grade medicinal herbs. However, this alone is enough to make them the leader of Hopeless City. The spirit stones that the 100 Herb Pavilion obtains are actually only used to supply their mercenary teams outside. The real profits are firmly held in the palm of their hands. When Lan Yi said this, Xiao Yan's eyes immediately revealed a trace of surprise. According to this, the 100 Herb Pavilion's profits were only the tip of the iceberg. The real benefits came from the auction. Let me ask you, if someone went to look for high-grade medicinal herbs like you did today, in this hopeless city, there is no other shop other than the 100 Herb Pavilion. If you don't buy from them, what else can you do? Without high-grade medicinal herbs and high-grade elixirs, you are destined to be unable to obtain high-grade elixirs. From a certain point of view, it is equivalent to losing a means to protect yourself. At this point, would you still care about the price of medicinal herbs? In order to save your life, you have to pay a high price. At this point, Lan Yi involuntarily glanced at Fang Jizong. To be honest, the latter's fate seemed to be based on this logic. Hearing Lan Ye's words, Xiao Yan could not help but knit his eyebrows. If that was the case, not only would the daily transactions within the 100 Herb Pavilion not cause them any losses, they could even regularly place a large amount of medicinal ingredients into the auction house and use them to obtain even greater profits. On the other hand, even if the mercenaries outside were to die under the claws of magic beasts or disappear into the endless mountain forests, they would never be able to obtain the true returns that they deserved. The core of the entire operation of this force is always medicinal herbs. The spirit stones are only used to repair the losses from the outside world. As long as there is an endless stream of mercenaries, the 100 Herb Pavilion will never be in a deficit. The people behind them only need to wait for the right opportunity to reap sufficient benefits. When he heard this, Xiao Yan's heart instantly trembled. However, he understood that the reason for this irreversible situation was actually because of the lack of power. If it were not for the fact that his cultivation was not good enough, the other shops in Wuwang City would not be willing to be trampled on, and all the high-grade medicinal herbs would not fall into the 100 Herb Pavilion. All of this was because there was another big hand behind the scenes manipulating everything. Oh, that's right. Previously, when I saw Mr. Xiao Yan release the heavenly fire, I can't help but guess. Could it be that Mr. is also an alchemist? When he saw Xiao Yan's slightly ashen expression, Lan Yi sighed helplessly in his heart. In order to change the topic, he quickly asked. Hearing this, Xiao Yan did not hide anything and nodded with a smile. Hiss! When he saw that Xiao Yan actually nodded in agreement, Lan Yi immediately gasped in shock. Not to mention that he was able to possess such a tyrannical cultivation at such a young age, he was actually an alchemist. This was really unbelievable. Furthermore, based on Xiao Yan's cultivation, Lan Yi guessed that Xiao Yan's realm in alchemy would not be too low. Then, Lan Yi began to flatter Xiao Yan. Naturally, Xiao Yan smiled and accepted all of it. After exchanging some greetings, the three of them finally arrived in front of a villa. According to Lan Yi, this villa was specially bought to make it convenient for Fang Jizong to play around. Such a villa existed in quite a number of cities in the extreme south. These words caused Xiao Yan's heart to be speechless. A moment later, in a room, Xiao Yan stood in front of the bed. Lan Yi stood quietly beside him, staring at Xiao Yan with a face full of expectation. On the bed, Fang Jitsong had already fainted. In order to avoid trouble, Lan Yi had hit his young master quite hard. It seemed that this fatty would not wake up until the next day. Mr. Xiao Yan, I'll have to rely on you next. Back to the main topic. Lan Yi once again cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan. Seeing this, the latter smiled back and then focused his gaze on Fang Jitsong's body. To be honest, Xiao Yan had only used his soul power to roughly check before, so he could not confirm the exact condition of the poison in this guy's body. So now, to be on the safe side, Xiao Yan had to carefully check the condition of Fang Jitsong's body from the beginning to the end. With a thought, a surge of soul power suddenly gushed out from between his eyebrows, and an invisible pressure also spread out. The expression on Lan Ye's old face immediately changed drastically when he sensed the great strength of this pressure. A pair of deep eyes instantly stared intently at Xiao Yan. The shock in his heart caused his breathing to involuntarily become hurried. What a powerful soul power. This soul power is probably comparable to a rank 5. Then thoughts raced in his mind. Lan Yi had imagined Xiao Yan's attainments in alchemy and could guess that he must be a high-level alchemist. But what he never expected was that this guy was actually a rank 5 alchemist. Such an alchemist, even in their Fang family, was definitely not an existence that could be ignored. This kid, who exactly is he? Fight of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor will continue to be updated on the website. There are no advertisements on the website, so please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like Fight of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor, please bookmark. Fight of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor's website updates the fastest. Chapter 1172. In front of the bed, Xiao Yan's eyes were slightly closed. A turbulent spiritual strength surrounded his body and a powerful spiritual pressure was released. It was like an invisible wind that caused the decorations in the room to tremble slightly. As waves of spiritual strength were continuously poured in, the condition of Fang Jitsong's body was also reflected in Xiao Yan's mind. By relying on his enormous spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the poison in Fang Jitsong's body had not only penetrated deep into his internal organs, but also his vortex and spiritual origin. This was also the reason why Fang Jitsong's cultivation continued to decline and his thoughts became unclear. This poison was just as Xiao Yan had guessed in his heart. It would gradually erode Fang Jitsong's cultivation and spiritual origin. Once Fang Jitsong's cultivation fell below the Do D level, Fang Jitsong would die. Although the condition of Fang Jitsong's body appeared similar to Lian Er's, it was actually very different. The woeful poison body was based on one's own body. If one's body died, the woeful poison body would naturally disappear. However, this poison was an external invasion. Currently, the reason why Fang Jitsong was still able to survive was completely due to the continuous support of the Do Qi in his body. Xiao Yan could clearly sense that within Fang Jitsong's vortex, there was a strength that was unceasingly guiding the Do Qi to flow into his Qi paths, using this to slow down the spread of the poison. It was not difficult to imagine that someone was using an external object to slow down the spread of the poison in his body. Otherwise, Fang Jitsong would not have lived until now. From this point, one could see the severity of Fang Jitsong's condition. Although this was the case since it was a poison, the heavenly flame had a natural restraining effect. Xiao Yan was confident that with his heavenly flame, he would definitely be able to completely disperse the poison in Fang Jitsong's body. However, not every kind of poison was as special as the woeful poison body. As long as it was man-made, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to resolve it. After a round of inspection, Xiao Yan controlled the heavenly flame and began to spread it out from Fang Jitsong's lower abdomen. It only stopped when it covered Fang Jitsong's entire body. This entire process was seen by Lan Yi by the side. Even with his character, he could not help but quietly sigh when he saw this scene. The strange fire was burning wantonly on his young master's body. If Fang Jitsong was careless, he could burn Fang Jitsong into ashes in an instant. How could he watch it calmly? The heavenly flame covered Fang Jitsong's entire body. Then, It split into small flames and entered Fang Jitsong's body through his pores. It started to expel the poison from Fang Jitsong's body from the outside. The first thing that he had to face was naturally the poison that had invaded his chi paths. This kind of poison had the same effect as most other poisons. It would permeate the chi paths and cause them to lose their original effect. The thick poison would even turn into a viscous liquid that would block the chi paths, causing the do chi to be unable to circulate normally in his body. This resulted in the chi paths in Fang Jitsong's 4 limbs being completely blocked, causing him to be unable to unleash even the slightest bit of do chi energy other than normal activities. Under the investigation of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the ink-black viscous liquid covered Fang Jitsong's limbs. All of his chi paths had already been soaked by the poison. Even his bones were covered by a layer of viscous black. His entire arm was like a lotus root that had been soaked in mud, appearing extremely unbearable. If this continued for a long time, regardless of whether Fang Jitsong would die or not, just this situation alone was enough to cause Fang Jitsong's entire arm to die. The final result would be that Fang Jitsong's limbs would rot. Even if he did not die, he would definitely become a complete cripple. What a vicious poison! Even if more than half of it is removed, if it is not completely uprooted, it will still cause him to become a cripple. If there is no heavenly flame, it is likely that the person who used the poison can only personally detoxify it. However, this poison. Sensing the viciousness of this poison, Xiao Yan could not help but quietly say in his heart. At the same time, a thread of suspicion rose because of this. This poison was very special. Other than a poison master with a special status, the poison of a magical beast would not have such an effect. Even the poison of a high-level magical beast would have the purpose of killing the enemy. It would definitely not have such a torturous effect. This poison seemed to have been deliberately concocted by someone. However, when Xiao Yan mentioned this poison to Lan Yi earlier, Lan Yi clearly said that this poison was inflicted by a magical beast when Fang Jitsong entered the forest to train. It was not caused by someone. As for what kind of magical beast it was, no one knew. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Fang Jitsong's wound when he was poisoned was definitely inflicted by a magical beast. This made Xiao Yan even more curious. What kind of magical beast would actually possess such a strange poison? However, what kind of magical beast it was not something that Xiao Yan could judge at the moment. The most important thing at the moment was to first expel the poison in Fang Jitsong's body. As for other matters, he could only make other plans. Although the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was not weak, it was undoubtedly a little insignificant compared to Lian Er's woeful poison body. At this moment, Xiao Yan's refining speed was much faster than before. After more than 2 hours, more than half of the poison in Fang Jitsong's limbs had been expelled. The originally pitch-black bones and meridians now looked completely new. With the influx of do qi, the weak meridians once again glowed with life. From the outside, the heavenly flame that covered the surface of Fang Jitsong's body had completely entered his body. Lan Yi stared at Fang Jitsong's rosy face and his heart could not help but palpitate. Although the young master looked normal these past few years, he was in constant pain. If it weren't for the family head suppressing the poison in his body on time, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Today, I can finally see the young master's complexion recover with my own eyes. Lan Ye's old face could not help but reveal an excited expression, and his hands could not help but tremble slightly. He had accompanied Fang Jitsong for many years and almost never left his side. If the young master had not chosen to train by himself and he had not followed by his side, it would not have led to the current situation. Regarding this matter, although the master did not mention it, he had always felt guilty in his heart. Now that Fang Jitsong had finally found a way to save him, how could he not be excited? The entire process of expelling the poison for Fang Jitsong only lasted for 3 hours. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, it was already evening and the sky was gradually darkening. He believed that Luo Jin and the rest had already returned to the inn. If he did not return, they would inevitably be worried. Looking at Fang Jitsong again, although the poison in his body had not been completely expelled, at least after an afternoon of expelling the poison in his limbs had basically been cleansed. As for the remaining poison, Xiao Yan did not intend to end it all at once. With a flash of light in his eyes, Xiao Yan immediately let out a long breath. As he retracted the mystical fire, he turned to Lan Yi and cupped his fists with a smile. Master Lan, I think today's expelling of the poison will end here. My friend is still waiting for me to go back. Hearing this, Lan Yi could not help but be startled. He hurriedly looked at Fang Jizong and hesitated. But Mr. Xiao Yan, the poison in my young master's body. I have already expelled the poison in his limbs. As for his internal organs, it will have to be done next time. After all, overdoing is as bad as not doing enough. His poison has not been in his body for a day or two. It is impossible to get rid of it all at once. Master Lan, please wait patiently. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. A crafty glint flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he lifted his foot and walked out of the door without allowing any explanation. Then I wonder where Mr. Xiao Yan lives so that I can find you? Healani. Chapter 1173. A moment later, when Xiao Yan returned to the inn, he saw that Luo Jin and the others were sitting in a circle in the room waiting for him. When the group of them did not see him return, they could not help but feel worried in their hearts. Now that they saw Xiao Yan return, they finally relaxed. The moment Xiao Yan pushed open the door, the gazes of the people in the room landed on him in unison. After confirming that he was fine, they sighed in relief in their hearts. We couldn't find you the entire afternoon. Where did you go? They had not seen Xiao Yan the entire afternoon. Even Luo Jin could not find him when he used his soul force to search the city. He could not help but worry about the former's safety. I went to save someone. Save someone? Xiao Yan took 2 steps forward and unceremoniously drank all the tea in the teacup by Luo Jin's hand in one gulp. At the same time that everyone exclaimed, Xiao Yan sat down on the chair that the fairy doctor had brought over. Afterwards, Xiao Yan roughly told everyone about his encounter with Fang Jizong and Lan Yi. Oh, a late returnance expert as a guard. TSK. Looks like the Fang family isn't an ordinary clan. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to get into such trouble. Luo Jin smirked when he heard Xiao Yan's story. He looked at Xiao Yan mockingly. The hidden meaning in his words was self-evident. Hearing this, the 2 brothers immediately smiled with a tacit understanding, after which Xiao Yan continued to speak. Although I don't know which force this Fang family belongs to, at least their patriarch must be an expert above King Yuan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to subdue such an expert. To be able to make a King Yuan owe them a favor is very worth it. Everyone nodded when they heard Xiao Yan's words. An expert at the Origin King realm had surpassed the Returnance realm. They were experts who had truly grasped Genesis Chi. They could be said to be among the peak experts on the continent. Countless people hoped that an expert at the Origin King level would owe them a favor. This was because this favor could be said to be a golden ticket to avoid death. Could even bring them endless glory and splendor. However, such a person would rarely appear normally. Ordinary people were unable to invite an Origin King expert, while those who were strong enough would not care too much about such an expert. As for alchemists, as long as they had enough alchemy skills, even an expert at the Origin King realm would bow down to them. They would not even be able to chase after them, so how could they chase after them? Therefore, since this opportunity was placed in front of Xiao Yan, he would naturally grab hold of it. This might perhaps become a life-saving method for their group in this southernmost region. After chatting and laughing, Luo Jin suddenly seemed to think of something. He frowned and asked Xiao Yan in confusion. I say, although we're already in the extreme south, have you thought about how we're going to exchange for the geocentric body elixir when we reach the Burning Flame Valley? My father paid quite a hefty price in order to exchange for it back then. He took out quite a number of sect-protecting formations in order to obtain a little from the old man. But what are we going to exchange for it now? Luo Jin's words hit the nail on the head. Other than Xiao Yan, the faces of everyone present instantly revealed a stunned expression. In the past month or so, they had been constantly on the edge of rushing to the extreme south and Sea Cloud Palace. They seemed to have forgotten about this. Now, even if their group had already rushed to the extreme south, If they were unable to take out something that was sufficiently tempting to exchange for the geocentric body elixir when they reached the burning flame valley, would this trip not be in vain? In the end, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. However, while everyone was stunned, Xiao Yan actually laughed out loud. It seemed that this group of people in front of him had really forgotten about this extremely important matter. When the little fairy doctor and the rest saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face, they immediately understood in their hearts that Xiao Yan had definitely expected this. Otherwise, he would not be so calm and composed. Relax. Since I have said that I want to obtain the geocentric body elixir, I will naturally ensure that nothing goes wrong. Xiao Yan smiled confidently. Immediately, he waved his sleeve in front of everyone's gazes. The storage ring on his finger immediately flickered. Immediately, the light in the room immediately became dim. Buzz! After a wave of crashing sounds, a large ancient tree actually appeared in front of everyone in this manner. The space within the originally spacious room immediately became narrow and small. This is... Everyone raised their heads and looked at the many enormous fan leaves on the ancient tree in front of them. The expressions on everyone's faces were initially startled. Soon after, it turned into shock. This is the 1,000-fan tree. Looking at the size of this tree and these 1,000 fan leaves, it is likely that it is over 3,000 years old. The enormous tree trunk was likely close to 10 feet in diameter. Its height had even touched the roof. The few of them could see that many of the tiles on the roof had already been removed. The sky was already dark and the starlight was scattered. The crown of the tree that was exposed was like a pagoda that could not be clearly seen in the dark night. The gentle light that shot out from the interior of the room complemented it, causing it to appear even more mysterious. At this moment, many evenly sized 1,000-fan leaves were gently swaying on the 1,000-fan tree. The air was filled with a dense energy aura. That was the unique medicinal strength that was inherent to the 1,000-fan tree. This medicinal strength had become even denser following the growth of the 1,000-fan leaves. At this moment, there were over 100,000 fan leaves swaying gently in front of Xiao Yan's group. This also caused the medicinal strength that intertwined with each other to appear even denser. More accurately speaking, this 1,000-fan tree is already 7,000 years old. The largest 1,000 fan leaves are also 5,000 years old. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. These 1,000 fan leaves that were over 5,000 years old were the bargaining chips that he would use to exchange for the core body transformation milk. 7,000-year-old tree, 5,000-year-old 1,000 fan leaves. Medicinal ingredients of this grade are already sufficient to refine some Tier 7 medicinal pills. Brat, just where did you obtain this thing from? Isn't it a little too frightening? Zhou Tai's face was filled with shock as he looked at the enormous ancient tree in front of him. The ancient aura that permeated the air told him that Xiao Yan was definitely not exaggerating. However, was it really possible to find something of this grade or even exist in this world? Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled when he heard this. He did not say anything else. If one wanted to talk about it, all of this was thanks to the heavenly flame. The life spirit flame that was ranked fourth on the heavenly flame ranking possessed the special ability to stimulate plants. Ever since Xiao Yan obtained this 1,000-fan tree from Jinyao, he had been nourishing it with the heavenly flame. Now it had indeed lived up to his expectations. Chapter 1174. The next day. It was only early in the morning when Lan Yi impatiently hurried over to the Helan Yi where Xiao Yan's group was staying. After inquiring about where Xiao Yan's group was staying, he quickly arrived at the place where Xiao Yan's group was staying. When the boss of the relay station led Lan Yi to this place and was about to knock on Xiao Yan's door, he was stopped by Lan Ye's hand. Lan Yi hesitated for a moment before asking the boss to return. He waited in the courtyard outside the door and quietly waited for Xiao Yan to appear. After Xiao Yan purged Fang Jitsong's poison the day before, Lan Yi discovered that Fang Jitsong's condition had improved by a lot. Even his speech and actions had become more orderly. He was no longer as foolish as before. Although this little change did not appear to be big, it allowed Lan Yi to truly see the opportunity for Fang Jitsong to return to his original state. Originally, he could not help but want to come to this place last night. However, He was afraid of disturbing Xiao Yan's rest, so he did not rush over. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Yan's room door was tightly shut, Lan Yi patiently waited outside the door in order to prevent Xiao Yan from forming any prejudices. Just who in the entire hopeless city could make a late returnance expert wait like this? Creak! Unknowingly, Xiao Yan's tightly shut door suddenly opened slowly with the sound of the door rubbing against each other. This movement startled away the two birds lying quietly on the roof in front of the door. At the same time, it also caused Lan Yi, who was resting with his eyes closed, to instantly open his eyes. Mr. Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan had appeared, a respectful smile immediately surfaced on Lan Ye's old face. He hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan. Seeing that Lan Yi was actually here, Xiao Yan's face revealed a surprised expression. A glint that no one could see flashed across his eyes as he spoke in a surprised tone. Why has Master Lan appeared here? Xiao Yan was naturally aware of Lan Ye's appearance. Ever since the moment the latter stepped into the He Lan Yi, all of his actions had already landed in Xiao Yan's eyes. However, Xiao Yan did not say it out loud. The reason why Xiao Yan said this at this moment was to allow Lan Yi to take the initiative to continue the conversation and let him hear the content that he wanted to hear. Mr. Xiao Yan, it's all thanks to you yesterday that my young master's condition has improved by quite a lot. He's completely different from before. Your heavenly flame really is the force of the world. It really is wondrous. Lan Yi squinted his eyes slightly when he saw Xiao Yan's doubtful expression. He thought that Xiao Yan was a sly fox before flattering him again. Lan Yi was an expert who had traversed the continent before after all. His experience was no less than Xiao Yan's, so he could obviously tell that Xiao Yan had purposefully waited for him in the room. If that were not the case, he would not have felt the vague pressure when he entered the Helan Inn. It was clearly the pressure of the soul. Even though it was not obvious, he could still vaguely sense it with his cultivation at late returnance. It's good as long as there's a change. Actually, I only helped because I felt like I was fated with young Master Fong. May I ask why Master Lan has come today? You're asking the obvious. Lan Yi immediately snorted inside when he heard that. Only then did he grin. Mr. Xiao Yan, you said yesterday that the poison in my young master's body is not easy to purge. If I want to purge it completely, I'll probably have to purge it several times. As a result, I've come today in hopes of inviting Mr. Xiao Yan to come with me to the clan and purge the poison in my young master's body. Would that be possible? You're talking about going to the Fong family? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Lan Yi was quite straightforward. Ugh, yes. I hope Mr. Xiao Yan can forgive me. This matter concerns my young master after all, so the decision will still be up to the patriarch. Although I can predict the outcome, I still have to report this matter to the higher-ups first. As a result, I hope Mr. Xiao Yan can come with me. Moreover, my patriarch has said that if someone can purge the poison in my young master's body, he will invite that person to become a guest elder of the Fong family. At the same time, he will be able to enjoy any of the clan's resources. Lan Yi once again opened his mouth just as Xiao Yan was hesitating. The words that he spat out immediately caused Xiao Yan to be moved. He was worried that he couldn't find the other important ingredients to refine the mirror-breaking pill. This way, with the support of the Fong family's resources, he believed that he would definitely be able to gather those ingredients in the shortest amount of time and refine the mirror-breaking pill. At that time, the strength of his group would be able to increase again. Of course, these medicinal ingredients were only one of the reasons. The most important thing was still the unknown patriarch of the Fong family. According to Xiao Yan's guess, the other party's cultivation was at least in the Origin King realm. If he really saved Fong Jitsong's life, the patriarch of the Fong family would definitely owe him a favor. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? Since that's the case, I'll go with Master Lan. This thought swiftly spun in Xiao Yan's heart. Soon after, Xiao Yan nodded his head heavily. Lan Yi in front of him finally sighed in relief. Although he could imagine Xiao Yan's motive for doing this, there was always a mutual relationship between people. If they wanted to use Xiao Yan to remove the poison in Fang Jitsong's body, they would naturally have to pay a certain price. As long as the precondition was that the Fang clan was not harmed, nothing else mattered. It's just that. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan spoke again. Lan Ye's heart seemed to stop for a moment. I hope that my friends can come with me, said Jianqin. Xiao Yan opened his mouth and the doors on the other two sides of the courtyard opened. The figures of Luo Jin and the others stepped out. Sunlight scattered down and reflected a circle of human figures on the ground in the middle of the courtyard. Ugh! Lan Yi looked at the few additional people who had suddenly appeared around him. The expression on his old face was immediately startled. His gaze swiftly swept over Luo Jin and Bai Hua. When it swept over the towering sky ape, his pair of deep old eyes involuntarily paused. A glint flashed deep within them, after which, he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him and said with a smile, he smiled and said, since they're Mr. Xiao Yan's friends, there's nothing wrong with going with them. As he said that, Lan Yi secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only he and Xiao Yan were returnance experts. If there were a few more, he probably would have to worry about his current situation. Xiao Yan immediately smiled with satisfaction when he heard Lan Ye's words. His gaze swiftly swept over Luo Jin and the others, after which he spoke a little more with the few of them. Once all the preparations were completed, the group found Fang Jizong under Lan Ye's lead. They exited the city from the east and headed in the direction of the Fang clan. Not long after this group of people left the city, four middle-aged men appeared from a short distance outside the eastern city gate. They looked at each other and nodded. Immediately, they moved and followed behind the group. Chapter 1175. In the sky above the endless mountain forest, a group of 9 people was flying toward the east at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. With the current speed of Xiao Yan's group, they would be able to reach the Fang clan in less than 2 days. Oh, so Mr. Zhou is an elder of the Alchemist Alliance? I've been disrespectful. However, I seem to have heard the name Zhoutai from somewhere. On the way, Xiao Yan introduced his group. When Lan Yi heard that there were people from the Alchemist Alliance in Xiao Yan's group, a look of shock appeared on his face. Even he did not think that this seemingly ordinary group would actually include people from the Alchemist Alliance. Haha, the Alchemist Alliance. If you're talking about the domineering Zhoutai, that's me. Hearing Lan Ye's words, Zhoutai did not hold back at all. He laughed loudly and introduced himself. Oh, you're that domineering Zhoutai? It said that you were born with a domineering aura, making it difficult for normal people to get close to you. When we first met, even I felt a little pressured. Haha. Lan Yi was rather straightforward when he met such a bold person like Zhoutai. As he spoke, he became much more unrestrained. In just a few words, the relationship between the two of them quickly became closer. Although his words were filled with jokes, it still made Zhoutai very happy. The two of them seemed to have become much closer. Haha. Mr. Xiao Yan, we seem to have only cared about chatting and forgotten about our other friends. Them? I'm afraid we'll have to ask them to personally introduce us. Changing the topic, Lan Yi brought up a matter that did not seem to have anything to do with the current group. The them that the two of them were referring to were naturally the 4 origin transformation experts that had been following them ever since they had left the city. With Xiao Yan and Lan Ye's strength, they had naturally sensed the existence of these 4 people long ago. Even among the people behind them, only the fairy doctor and Mu Ling did not know about them. For mere origin transformation experts actually dare to follow us. They're looking to die. From the fact that the other party had been purposely maintaining the distance between them and locking onto their qi, Lan Yi was certain that the 4 of them had come for them. However, he did not understand why these 4 advanced origin transformation experts, who had no chance of victory against him alone, would choose to follow the 9 of them. It should be known that other than Xiao Yan, there were still 4 other origin transformation experts. Could it be that they were intentionally seeking death? However, compared to Lan Yi, Xiao Yan did not believe the matter to be so simple. No one would be foolish enough to challenge a group of returnance experts as origin transformation experts. However, what if they possessed battle prowess that could make returnance experts take them seriously? Master Lan, who do you think would dare to do this in this southernmost land? Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. Although he could not be certain, from this situation, There was an 80 to 90% chance that it was as he thought in his heart. Lan Yi stopped and Xiao Yan stopped at the same time. Luo Jin and the others looked at each other and sank into their thoughts. Mr. Xiao Yan, you mean? Xiao Yan's words immediately reminded Lan Yi. If there really was an organization in the extreme south that dared to do something like this, there really was one. The Celestial Puppet Sect? Lan Yi abruptly turned his head. At the same time the words were spat out from his mouth. His aura instantly locked onto the 4 people at the edge of his sight. The owners of the 4 auras also sensed Lan Yi's probing at the same time. Immediately, the 4 of them ceased hiding and simply increased their speed. In an instant, they had already appeared in the sight of Xiao Yan's group. Are you Fang Jitsong's protector, Lan Yi? A hoarse laugh rang out. The 4 of them clearly understood Lan Yi, which was why they had chased after him so boldly. It seemed like they had already planned for the battle today. You're the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley? As he stared at the 4 embroidered robed elders in front of him, Lan Yi's eyes rotated as he seemed to have thought of something. If these 4 individuals were members of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, then there were indeed 4 very similar individuals within this faction. Although the 4 of them were only at late origin transformation, their teamwork was extremely good. It was said that when they worked together, their battle prowess could even rival returnance experts. Their battle prowess was much greater than the Tian brothers Xiao Yan had killed before. Haha! Looks like Mr. Lan Yi has some understanding of us. If that's the case, the 4 of us won't say anything more. Let's end this quickly. The 4 old men immediately laughed aloud when they saw that Lan Yi had actually recognized them. With a wave of their sleeves, silver puppets immediately appeared before them. These puppets were the true representation of their battle prowess. For mid-returnance puppets, the 4 puppets combined with their terrifying battle prowess meant that Xiao Yan's group was facing 5 returnance experts at the same time. The severity of the situation was self-evident. If Lan Yi had to face them alone, he probably would not have been able to endure it. If it were any other day, Lan Yi would have died without a doubt. However, Xiao Yan's group just happened to be present today. Just as the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley released the puppets, Xiao Yan and the others beside Lan Yi let out a cold snort in unison. The group of people lined up and their left feet took half a step forward in unison. Waves of force and pressure immediately swept across the sky and pressed against the 4 people opposite them. Don't look down on us. Lan Yi could not help but be slightly surprised when he saw this. At the same time, a stream of warmth flowed through his heart. I must say that your appearance has really caught us by surprise. However, let me give you a few words of advice. If you don't want to cause trouble for yourselves, it's best if you leave obediently. We can treat it as if we've never seen you or else. Sorry, we love meddling in other people's business. The more it has nothing to do with us, the more we want to get involved. We'll just treat it as joining in on the fun. Before the old men could finish speaking, Xiao Yan smirked. With a thought, his powerful presence at early returnance immediately condensed into an invisible gust of wind, sweeping toward the 4 old men like a blade. Clang! Soon afterwards, the puppets before the 4 of them suddenly took a step forward. With a swing of their arms, the surrounding space immediately distorted. The invisible pressure was easily blocked by the puppets. So what if you're at returnance? Since you want to die, the 4 of us can only send you on your way. Go. Kill them all. With a loud shout, the puppets in front of the 4 of them also shot forward. Chapter 1176. As the 4 puppets charged forward, the battle was about to begin. The 4 puppets streaked across the sky like shooting stars. 2 of them charged towards Lan Yi and Xiao Yan, while the other 2 faced Luo Jin and the rest. The 4 elders of the East Cove, on the other hand, had their eyes on Fang Jitsong, who was currently being pulled behind Lan Yi. Fang Jitsong was their real target. As for killing Lan Yi, it was just a convenient thing to do. No, they're not coming for me. Lan Yi's observation was also very detailed, and he immediately noticed the gazes of the 4 from the East Cove Higher Magic Academy. Just as he was about to cover Fang Jitsong and leave, that damned puppet had already arrived in front of him. He didn't even have time to say anything before a cold fist with the power to tear through the void came crashing down on him. If Lan Yi were to be hit by this punch, there would definitely be a large hole in his body if he didn't have enough strength to block it. Damn it! Although the puppet's strength was not as strong as his, a puppet was still a puppet. It didn't feel pain or fatigue. As long as it could move, it would definitely carry out its master's orders. If Lan Yi was careless, even he would be at a disadvantage. If Lan Yi didn't have any other concerns, he wouldn't be worried at all. However, he had to deal with the puppet and protect Fang Jizong behind him at the same time. This was really difficult to do. Boom! Coincidentally, Xiao Yan sent the puppet in front of him flying with a punch. Lan Yi also repelled the puppet in front of him. Taking advantage of this short respite, Lan Yi hurriedly shouted to Xiao Yan, "Mr. Xiao Yan, leave these two puppets to me. I hope you can protect my young master for the time being." As the words left his mouth, Lan Yi turned around and kicked. A powerful force violently sent the puppet that was charging over flying. At the same time, it also sent the puppet in front of Xiao Yan flying. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also knew that the situation was tense. He did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light immediately shot out towards the battlefield where Luo Jin and the others were. Meanwhile, with a flash, he had already appeared before Fang Jizong in the blink of an eye with the heaven's extinction steps. At this moment, the four elders of the East Cove had only just circled around everyone and arrived behind Lan Yi. On the other side, a black figure suddenly charged in between Luo Jin and the others, who were fighting bitterly with the two puppets. It violently knocked one of the silver puppets away. When Luo Jin and the others returned to their senses, they discovered that it was the Returnance Realm puppet in Xiao Yan's hands. With the addition of the Little Fairy Doctor's puppets and the Origin Transformation Realm experts, there was nothing for them to fear when facing the puppets of the four from the East Cove Academy. HM? That's a puppet of the heavenly puppet to the heavens to the heavens. Why do they have something from the heavenly puppet sect? This scene was also captured by Lan Ye's eyes. The emotion in his heart suddenly tightened. His gaze involuntarily looked toward the battleground where Xiao Yan was. Although he saw that Xiao Yan was facing off against the four people from the East Valley Academy, his heart did not dare to remain calm. Most importantly, it seemed that Xiao Yan was discussing something with them. This only increased the suspicion in Lan Ye's heart. Boom! Lan Ye's momentary lapse in concentration was enough for the puppet in front of him to seize the opportunity and land a heavy punch on his chest. The powerful force instantly caused his chest to cave in. As Lan Yi was sent flying, a fist-sized dent could be seen on his chest. Before he could spit out the blood that was about to spurt out, another puppet had already arrived in front of him and launched a fierce attack. Lan Yi had no time to think and hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in his body to block the attack. At this moment, on Xiao Yan's side, the faces of the four people from the East Cove Academy also revealed surprised expressions. "Kid, why do you have a puppet from my heavenly puppet sect?" one of the elders asked in a low voice. His turbid eyes glanced at the two rapidly darting puppets in the distance. He was certain that they were puppets refined using a special secret technique of his heavenly puppet sect. He was only curious as to why his sect's puppets would appear in the hands of an outsider. "Would you believe me if I said I picked them up?" Xiao Yan curled his lips and sneered. Things had already reached such a stage, yet this guy still had the mood to ask such questions. "You, what a sharp-tongued kid." Xiao Yan's words immediately caused the expression of the person before him to darken. However, the other elder seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly spoke. "That's right. We received news not long ago that the Tian brothers were killed at the southwest border, and their puppets are nowhere to be found. Could it be that he was the one who did it? After all, they were from the same sect." There was indeed someone among the four of them who was aware of what had happened at the southwestern border. Immediately, the gazes that the four of them used to look at Xiao Yan had become much more dark and ruthless. The killing intent in their eyes went without saying. The Tian brothers, huh? Those three arrogant fellows? Even death can't wipe out their crimes. No matter what, You've already killed members of my sect and stolen our sect's puppets. Now, you're even using our puppets to stop us. If you don't die, our heavenly puppet sect will lose all face. Let's work together and kill this kid." The four roared in anger. Soon after, their bodies jerked as Genesis Chi immediately swarmed out from their bodies, linking together to form an especially powerful pressure that directly pressed towards Xiaoyan. Unity of Qi. Break through the enemy with strength. With a shout, the four simultaneously raised their hands to their chests and rapidly formed a series of seals. The Genesis Qi around their bodies also began to stir at this moment. Light green Genesis Qi began to weave together, ultimately forming a dark green spear. A majestic aura burst out from within as the spear gently trembled. The vast Genesis Qi caused the surrounding space to violently churn as visible cracks appeared out of nowhere. The sharp aura was not the slightest bit inferior to the Do skills used by ordinary returnance experts. Humph! Unorthodox tricks. Xiaoyan was not the least bit afraid when he saw this. He abruptly rubbed his palms together and a pale blue flame immediately shot out from his palms. The flame rose and transformed into an enormous flame ruler in the blink of an eye. Blazing flames soared into the sky, seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens. As powerful Genesis Qi poured into the ruler, the aura it gave off became even more heart-palpitating. Heavenly flame! Seeing this scene, the expressions of the four elders of the East Valley changed drastically. They did not expect Xiaoyan to be in possession of such a terrifying thing. There were very few forces in the world that could contend against the power of the world, not to mention that Xiaoyan's cultivation was already stronger than theirs. It would be even more difficult to defeat him now. However, the arrow had already left the bow, and everything was no longer up to them. They could only fight with all their might. With this thought in mind, the four of them did not dare to underestimate Xiaoyan in the slightest. They frantically circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies and continuously poured it into the spear, intending to use this attack to destroy Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Xiaoyan's strength. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. The giant ruler flipped through the air as flames filled the sky. After flipping a few feet, rainbow lights of heavenly flame fused together. Its power was monstrous, and it was even stronger than the spear in front of them. The moment the two collided, the spear was clearly at a disadvantage. 10 seconds later, under the disbelieving gazes of the four people behind him, the spear suddenly collapsed. Chapter 1177. Boom! The majestic ruler light stood between the heavens and the earth, forcefully cleaving the incoming spear in half. The Genesis Qi that the four had fused naturally collapsed at that moment. It was just as Xiaoyan had said before. Even if their Genesis Qi could fuse and unleash an even greater power, it was not a power that belonged to them individually. In the end, it was still an unorthodox method. It would be enough against regular returnance experts, but to Xiaoyan, who possessed a heavenly flame, this Do skill would not even be able to unleash half of its power. There were indeed many reasons why the four elders of the Eastern Valley had been defeated so easily. The most important reason was that they had encountered an opponent they should not have encountered, or in other words, they should not have picked a time like this to make trouble for Lan Yi. Xiaoyan did not stop at all after defeating their combined attack in a single strike. He immediately used the Heaven's Extinction Steps and flashed forward. Before the four of them could even react, Xiaoyan's flaming ruler had smashed into them one after another. Bang, 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 bang. With four heavy sounds of collisions, the four of them were immediately sent flying. Without any surprise, they did not even have the chance to respond. They had already lost their original battle prowess. It was unknown if it was because Xiaoyan's attack was too fast or if it was because these four people really had a great understanding of each other. Even their actions and sounds of vomiting blood were almost perfectly identical. Unfortunately, even if this was the case, they were still defeated. Could be said that they were easily defeated. The four of them who were supposed to be on par with returnance experts had been defeated by Xiaoyan just like that. Even if they did not die today, this matter would probably leave them with permanent injuries. The four of them were ghastly pale. Blood was still spurting from their throats, but they no longer had the strength to spit out the suffocating blood. You dare claim to be on par with returnance experts with such strength? Aren't you overestimating yourselves? Xiao Yan let out a cold cry and shook his head gently. His body flashed, and after leaving behind a couple of afterimages in the sky, his footsteps had already paused in front of the four of them. His hand held an enormous ruler and was just about to send them on their way when a sharp rushing wind sound was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Xiao Yan frowned. He turned around and swung his ruler without even thinking about it. A powerful force immediately erupted as flames shot out. The puppet behind him was also sent flying by Xiao Yan's ruler. The terrifying flames had even melted a shallow hole in the puppet's chest. When Xiao Yan turned around, he discovered that the four people behind him had already been supported by the other three puppets. They had retreated to a location several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. When Xiao Yan looked at Luo Jin's group, they were fine. However, he had never thought that the puppets would return so quickly. They had been in the middle of an intense battle earlier. On the other hand, Lan Ye's mental state had been disturbed by Xiao Yan. He had been bombarded by the two puppets. Although he was not heavily injured, he was still gasping for breath. His body was covered in wounds as well. This was not how a late returnance expert should be like. However, Xiao Yan had no idea that if it were not for the fact that Lan Yi had been paying close attention to Xiao Yan and Fang Jizong, he would not have ended up like this. The puppet that Xiao Yan had taken out in his hand had given him quite a great shock. Since the three puppets had already returned to their side, it was naturally impossible for Xiao Yan to kill these four people. Immediately, Xiao Yan helplessly gave up the thought of continuing to chase and kill them. In any case, they were merely four unworthy fellows. He only had some confidence by relying on the puppets. If they were to meet him in the future, it was likely that they could only take a detour. The four elders of the Eastern Cove were no longer a concern. However, boom! When the puppet was about to be summoned back, Xiao Yan suddenly flipped in the air. His foot heavily stepped on the back of the puppet, forcefully pushing the galloping puppet into the ground. The powerful force instantly caused the ground to crack apart. Numerous enormous crack lines swiftly spread like a spiderweb. Xiao Yan's foot had forcefully stepped into the back of the puppet until it was more than an inch deep. It was precisely because of this that he was able to ensure that the puppet was unable to escape from Xiao Yan's strength. You dash. If you want to live, piss off immediately. Otherwise, let alone the puppet, you might as well stay behind as well. One of the four people was just about to furiously cry out when he was blocked by a single sentence from Xiao Yan. At the same time, the other three people also looked at Xiao Yan with great horror. They hurriedly stopped the former's action. Although their hearts were extremely unwilling, they still swiftly fled this place under the protection of the puppet. Seeing that the four elders of the Eastern Valley had left, the puppet under Xiao Yan's feet seemed to be struggling even more intensely. This time around, Xiao Yan did not have any thoughts of taking pity on it. He suddenly waved the huge fire ruler in his hand. The moment the huge ruler tore through the air, it also forcefully blasted apart the puppet's head. In an instant, the puppet no longer moved. Although these puppets were somewhat capable, once they were out of human control, it was not difficult to get rid of them. After finishing off the puppet, Xiao Yan finally turned his gaze back to Lan Yi. The others were naturally fine. On the other hand, the strongest person in this group had actually been turned into such a state by the two puppets. This really caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat surprised. Master Lan, are you all right? As he approached, Xiao Yan casually took out an elixir from his storage ring. After Lan Yi received the elixir, he did not immediately swallow it. Instead, after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the elixir. Thank you, Mr. Xiao Yan, for the elixir. Lan Yi sensed the warm medicinal strength beginning to spread throughout his body and swiftly heal the injuries on his body. Only then did he gradually relax. He thanked Xiao Yan, but his eyes did not meet Xiao Yan's gaze from the beginning to the end. Xiao Yan could not help but feel somewhat suspicious, but he did not understand what had happened. He only vaguely felt that Lan Ye's attitude towards him seemed to have changed slightly. Although Xiao Yan felt some doubt in his heart, he did not think too much about it. He recalled the puppet that he had just released and inquired about the situation of Luo Jin and the rest. After confirming that they were fine, he sat down by the side and began to recover the Genesis Chi that he had exhausted in the battle earlier. While refining the elixir in his body, Lan Yi involuntarily glanced at Xiao Yan from the corner of his eye. His gaze carefully swept over Luo Jin and the others, and when he looked at Zhou Tai, the suspicion in his heart grew even stronger. Recalling his chance encounter with Xiao Yan where the latter had taken the initiative to expel the poison from Fang Jizong's body, and the earlier incident where Xiao Yan had used his own strength to suppress the 4 old men of the Eastern Valley who had been famous for a long time, Lan Ye's mind unconsciously connected all of these together. Chapter 1178. After the brief interlude along the way, the group did not stop for the rest of the journey. Lan Ye's speed was much faster, and Xiao Yan and the rest followed closely behind. They knew that Lan Yi was probably worried that another obstacle like the 4 elders of the East Valley would appear, so he deliberately increased his speed. Hence, they did not say anything. 2 days later, the group arrived at a city. Donghua City was the headquarters of the Fang clan. Here, everything was decided by the Fang clan. Now that they were here, they were truly safe. It was only at this moment that Lan Yi finally let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the innocent-looking Fang Jizong by the side, and the corner of his mouth revealed a warm smile. Immediately, he hurriedly looked at Xiao Yan. Before the latter could meet his gaze, he hurriedly shifted his gaze away. Master Lan. When the group arrived at the Fang clan mansion, the guards outside the door immediately bowed respectfully to Lan Yi. At the same time, their gazes swept over Xiao Yan's group behind him. However, they did not bother with this young master of theirs from the beginning until the end. Everyone in Donghua City knew that the young master of the Fang family had become a cripple. He was simply a fool. Who would be respectful to a fool? Glancing at the 2 guards, Lan Yi was displeased but did not say anything. It was human nature and there was no need to pay attention to them. If he had not been with Fang Jizong for so many years, even he would not be willing to pay attention to such a person. However, Lan Ye's gaze turned and looked at a black carriage not far away. There were strange carvings on it. They looked like beasts or birds, but they were definitely not human. They should be some kind of ancient magical beast totem. Even the magical beast pulling the carriage was a soaring cloud leopard that was difficult to obtain for ordinary forces. Based on this alone, it could be determined that the carriage belonged to no ordinary person. This carriage? Lan Yi carefully sized up the carriage in front of him. When he saw the strange carvings, he immediately thought of something. This is the insignia of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Someone from the 10,000 Scorpion sect came to the family residence? Lan Yi suddenly turned his head. His enmity towards the 10,000 Scorpion sect was no less than that of the Heavenly Puppet sect. These 2 forces were not good people. Ordinary people would avoid them. Even the Fang family did not want to have anything to do with them. But why would people from the 10,000 Scorpion sect come to the Fang clan? In reply to Master Lan, this carriage has already arrived at the clan this morning. The people who came are indeed from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. They seem to have come to visit the young master with the family head. They are still in the reception hall. Faced with Lan Ye's questioning, the 2 guards didn't dare to be disrespectful and hurriedly told him everything they knew. 10,000 Scorpion sect? One of the 3 sects of the southern region. Who would have thought that we would encounter 2 of the 3 sects of the southern region the moment we arrived at the extreme south? In addition to the burning flame valley that we are about to head to, wouldn't we encounter all of them? Hearing the conversation between Lan Yi and the Fang family guard, Xiao Yan and the great ape beside him immediately whispered to each other. Xiao Yan glanced at the 2 of them from the corner of his eye and then looked at Lan Yi. Seeing that the latter did not notice, he was relieved. However, Xiao Yan could not help but be curious about the guard's words. According to his understanding, the Fang family was not under the command of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Why would the 10,000 Scorpion sect send someone to visit Fang Jizong? Mr. Xiao Yan, please come in with me. Lan Yi was no fool. In the blink of an eye, He had guessed the 10,000 scorpion sect's intentions. Without saying anything else, he immediately turned to Xiao Yan and clasped his fists in a respectful manner. When this scene fell into the eyes of the two guards, it caused them to immediately widen their eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yan. It was unexpected that Teacher Lan, whose position in the clan was not low, would actually bow to such a young person. This was really shocking. Seeing Lan Ye's attitude, Xiao Yan immediately understood what he meant. The Fang family was a large family and their overall power could not be underestimated. The reason why the 10,000 Scorpion sect came to visit Fang Jitsong at this time was only a pretense. They probably had other motives and it was related to the entire Fang family's motives. Alright. Xiao Yan nodded heavily. He understood Lan Ye's feelings. If he was a step too late and the master really did make some sort of deal with the 10,000 Scorpion sect, it would be a matter that would destroy the foundation of the family. After which, Lan Yi led Xiao Yan's group and swiftly entered the Fang clan's mansion. They rushed directly to the Fang clan's guest hall. Along the way, they chased away all the clan elders and deacons who had come to inquire. No one was able to stop this group. Everyone in the Fang family could only watch helplessly as Lan Yi led a group of unknown people into the Fang family residence. However, there was nothing they could do about it. At the same time, in the Fang family's guest hall, apart from a few high-ranking elders of the Fang family, the other juniors and guards outside had all been dismissed. There were a total of 5 people sitting in the hall. One of them was a dignified middle-aged man in brocade robes, the other 3 were white-haired elders in white robes, and the last was a skinny, dark-skinned elder in black robes. At this moment, the black-robed man was staring at the other 4 people with a sneer on his face. His right index finger tapped rhythmically on the table as if he was waiting for something. Hee, master of the Fang family, I've already given you the method. I just want to see how you react. If you agree now, I'll immediately give you the antidote that I have. However, if you still want to think about it for a few more days, then I'm sorry, I won't keep you company. The black-robed man tapped his index finger faster and faster on the table until a certain moment. The black-robed man simply stood up and swept his sharp eyes across the 4 people present. He exchanged glances with the middle-aged man at the head of the table and smiled coldly. He pretended to raise his foot and instantly increased the pressure in the hearts of the 4 people present. Mao Sun, don't go too far. No matter how much the Fang family needs this antidote, we can't betray our own organization for this. The 10,000 Scorpion sect is delusional. Just as Mao Sun was about to raise his foot and leave, the 3 elders sitting opposite him suddenly stood up and stared at him with angry expressions. They were furious and snorted disdainfully at the matter of betrayal. Good, you guys are really loyal. Since that's the case, I want to ask master of the Fang family. Fang Qi, they don't care about your son. But don't tell me that even you, the father, don't want your precious son. Hearing the words of the 3 elders, Mao Sun's face was cold and disdainful. He directly set his gaze on the master of the Fang family. Fang Qi, he was very clear that no matter how these 3 old fellows argued, as long as Fang Qi opened his mouth, all of their retorts would no longer be important. Now, it all depended on Fang Qi's choice. Chapter 1179. Mao Sun was an envoy of the Myriad Scorpion sect. He was only at late returnance, the same as Lan Yi. If it were any other time, he would not even have the courage to speak before the 4 of them. However, he was able to make the 4 of them pale today, and the reason for all of this was Fang Jitsong. According to Mao Sun, he had a special pill in his possession. This pill just so happened to be able to cure the poison in Fang Jitsong's body. Fang Qi was naturally extremely excited about this. As long as he obtained the pill, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body would be cured. The knot in his heart that had been there for a long time would naturally be resolved. However, Mao Sun's condition for handing over the pill was that the Fang family had to join the Myriad Scorpion sect and become a subordinate of the sect. This was even a personal request from the sect master of the Myriad Scorpion sect. If they did not agree, they would not be able to obtain the pill. As for openly stealing it, that was even more unrealistic. Since Mao Sun had come here alone, he should have thought of this long ago. Fang Qi and the others were not idiots. Once they began fighting, there would be no room for reconciliation between the two sides. Fang Zhizong would obviously be doomed. Fang Qi lowered his head silently when he heard Mao Sun's question. His face darkened and paled as he could not help but clench his hands together. He was unsettled. As the head of the family, he ought to put the interests of the family first before considering anything. However, at the same time, he was also a father. Now that his son's life was in the hands of this bastard in front of him, he had to make a choice between the family and his son under the pressure of both sides. The pain of this was something that few people could understand. Patriarch Fang, since everything is for the sake of the clan, it doesn't matter which side you join. If you wish to protect the clan and save your son at the same time, then what I said earlier is your only choice. Of course, if you choose the clan between the two, then I will respect you. Mao Sun narrowed his eyes when he saw how Fang Qi was still hesitating. His words made Fang Qi feel quite pressured once again. He was forcing Fang Qi to make a choice. Since Patriarch Fang is unwilling, I can only bid farewell, Mao Sun said coldly. Mao Sun said in a cold tone. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked out of the hall. He clearly knew that if Fang Qi really agreed, he would definitely make a choice before he left the Fang family. Otherwise, even if he sat here for an entire day, Fang Qi would still hesitate and drag it out. Wait! Sure enough, just as Mao Sun raised his hand and was about to pull open the door of the reception hall, Fang Qi, who was seated at the head of the table, finally could not sit still any longer. Heavy words fiercely jumped out from between his teeth. At the same time as he stood up, the three clan elders below immediately gathered their gazes on Fang Qi master. Even though the three old men knew how difficult it was for Fang Qi to make this choice, they still could not help but speak up to stop him. However, just as they opened their mouths, they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Fang Qi's choice might have affected the family's interests, but he was doing this for his son. There was nothing wrong with a father doing this for his son. In front of the door of the reception hall, a satisfied smile appeared on Mao Sun's face. He slowly turned around and fixed his gaze on Fang Qi. The corner of his mouth twitched as he sneered. Master Fang, have you made up your mind? Hearing this, Fang Qi's towering body trembled slightly. In the end, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and was about to nod in agreement. But at this moment, bang! The door behind Mao Sun was suddenly blasted open by a huge force from the outside. The tyrannical force actually knocked Mao Sun, who was caught off guard, flying forward. He immediately fell in the middle of the reception hall in a sorry state. At the same time, the gazes of Fang Qi and the three elders of the Fang family were also attracted at this moment. Seeing the person who came, the four of them were slightly startled. They did not expect Lan Yi to barge in without notifying them and even knock Mao Sun down. Although this scene made them feel a little happy, there was a serious matter at hand and Lan Yi should not be so mischievous. Bastard! Who dares to knock me down? Mao Sun, who had just eaten a dog's poop, staggered up from the floor of the hall and cursed. He turned around and glared angrily, his gaze instantly fixed on Lan Yi. Lan Yi! Humph! Mao Sun, I heard your disgusting voice before I even got here. You're still not dead after so many years. The moment the two met, Lan Yi clenched his fists as the Genesis Qi in his body rapidly circulated. Before Mao Sun could say anything, Lan Yi's foot slammed into the ground. Tremendous power poured out from his feet as his body abruptly shot forward, arriving in front of Mao Sun in the blink of an eye and viciously swung a fist at Mao Sun's head. When the latter saw Lan Yi rushing towards him without saying a word, the expression on his face changed drastically. In a short period of time, he could only hurriedly defend himself. Then, Lan Yi's fist landed heavily between his crossed arms. Bang! Accompanied by a low, muffled sound, Mao Sun's body immediately retreated uncontrollably. However, Lan Yi did not give up and was about to attack again. Over the past 2 days, Lan Yi had been suppressing his anger from being beaten up by the two puppets. Now that he had returned to the clan and heard about this matter, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Who would have thought that this fellow from the so-called 10,000 Scorpion sect would actually be an enemy he knew? Naturally, he did not show any mercy when he attacked, and his battle prowess was even greater than before. God damn it! Fang Qi, if you don't tell him to stop, don't even think about saving your son. Although they were both late returnance experts, Mao Sun found it rather difficult to deal with Lan Ye's desperate attacks. As he grumbled inside, he immediately shifted the trouble to Fang Qi, who was just about to watch the show from behind. Fang Qi's face immediately sank even more when he heard that. He cursed Mao Sun inside before snorting helplessly. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force immediately condensed in the room, turning into an invisible barrier in the blink of an eye. It stood between Lan Yi and Mao Sun, forcefully blocking Lan Ye's attack. Regardless of how ferocious Lan Ye's attacks were, they were all mercilessly blocked in front of this invisible barrier. Even the slightest spatial ripple was not stirred. This scene caused the hearts of Xiao Yan's group, who were at the entrance, to be shocked. Just how terrifying was the cultivation required to block the attack of a late returnance expert with just a wave of his hand? Is this the power above Origin King? How terrifying! Xiao Yan quietly exclaimed in his heart. His throat involuntarily rolled along with this thought. He exchanged glances with the few people beside him and realized that other than Luo Jin, everyone else had the same expression. Xiao Yan could only bitterly withdraw. All right, Lan Yi, stop. There's no need for you to do anything today. You can leave first. Fang Qi looked at Lan Yi helplessly. He knew that Lan Yi was furious, but he had no choice but to do this since it concerned his son. Patriarch, you can leave. This time, Fang Qi directly waved his hand. He seemed to be tired, so he forcefully opened his eyes and turned around to sit down. Patriarch, I've already found a way to cure the young master. Seeing Fang Qi act in this manner, Lan Yi clearly understood the reason in his heart. He immediately turned his head to look at Xiao Yan behind him. When he turned around, he saw Mao Sun's disdainful manner. Only then did he become so angry that his face twitched. He clenched his teeth and spoke loudly to Fang Qi, who had just sat in the main seat. As soon as he finished speaking, the chair under Fang Qi exploded with a bang and he instantly stood up. A pair of sharp eyes immediately stared at Lan Yi as he cried out involuntarily with his eyes wide open. What did you say? Chapter 1180. In the guest hall of the Fang family, the chair that Fang Qi was sitting on exploded the moment Lan Yi finished his sentence. Following the change in Fang Qi's emotions, even the aura around his body began to surge. Similarly, the three elders of the Fang family stared at Lan Yi with widened eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock, but at the same time, they were filled with strong expectations. If what Lan Yi said was true, then Mao Sun's plan to force them to cooperate with the 10,000 Scorpion sect would naturally fail. This would allow the Fang family to heave a sigh of relief. Furthermore, they could also cure the poison in Fang Jizong's body. This was undoubtedly the best of both worlds. However, Lan Ye's words alone could not prove that he had really found a way to cure Fang Jizong's poison. After all, they had invited many people to observe and help Fang Jizong with the poison. However, without exception, they could only suppress it and could not cure it. Even Fang Qi himself had almost lost all hope. The reason why he cared so much about Mao Sun's words and was even forced to protect his safety was because Mao Sun had given him the greatest hope of saving Fang Jizong. Even though he was extremely emotional after hearing Lan Ye's words, he didn't dare to jump to a conclusion. Lan Yi, what did you just say? As if worried that he had misheard, Fang Qi raised his trembling hand and stared fixedly at Lan Yi. His breathing quickened as he spoke. At the same time, the other people in the hall also focused their gazes on Lan Yi, especially Mao Sun. When he heard Lan Ye's words, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. However, Mao Sun quickly calmed himself down. He was very clear about the poison in Fang Jizong's body. In the southern region, it was likely that no one other than the sect leader of the Fang family could cure it. After all, they had waited for a few years in order to take the Fang family under their wing. Now, they were only one step away from the success of their plan. How could anything go wrong at this time? Sect leader, I have found a way to cure the poison in the young master's body. In the hall, Lan Yi stood in the middle of the hall and bowed deeply towards Fang Qi, although his voice was not loud. Anyone could hear the confidence in his voice. After all, Lan Yi was a member of the Fang family, so Fang Qi naturally trusted his words. After the emotional turmoil just now, when he heard these words, Fang Qi no longer had any doubts in his heart, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Similarly, the three Fang family elders also looked at each other. The huge rock hanging high in their hearts finally fell. When they glanced at Mao Sun again, their eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Mao Sun was certain that he could use Fang Jizong's matter to swallow the Fang family. However, to his surprise, Lan Yi suddenly brought back such great news. This time, not only Mao Sun, but the entire 10,000 Scorpion Sect's plan had failed. Humph, Lan Yi, sect leader Fang has just agreed to join our 10,000 Scorpion Sect, so I advise you not to use such baseless words to scare people. If you really have a way to cure your young master's poison, then why did you only say it and not show any evidence? Mao Sun glanced at the three elders of the Fang family and sneered. He then turned his gaze back to Lan Yi. When he said those words, the expressions of the three elders became slightly unnatural. Although they didn't want to admit it, Mao Sun's words weren't wrong at all. Even though they trusted Lan Ye's words because of his identity, if he couldn't provide any evidence, they wouldn't be able to officially accept it. Mao Sun, do you think I can't produce evidence? Hearing this, Lan Yi narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Mao Sun. A dense killing intent gradually gathered in his eyes. Humph, it's not that I think, but I believe that you can't produce evidence because this poison. At this point, Mao Sun's spirit suddenly shook as if he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. Only then did he curl his lips and said nervously, "Don't worry. Only I have the antidote for this poison." Furthermore, sect leader Fang seems to have asked for the help of many people in order to cure the poison, including the elders of the Alchemist Alliance and the powerful sect leader of the Burning Flame Valley. However, what happened in the end? Even they were unable to cure Fang Jizong of the poison. Now, you're actually saying that you've found a way to cure the poison. This is simply a joke. Although Mao Sun's words were resolute and decisive, no one paid any attention to him this time. They were only suspicious of his sudden pause just now. However, their gazes were still fixed on Lan Yi, waiting for the latter's rebuttal. Fang Qi carefully thought about Mao Sun's words, but he was a little surprised in his heart. He had indeed asked the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley to cure Fang Jizong's poison. However, this was definitely extremely confidential information. How did he know? Moreover, listening to his words just now, although it was only half of the sentence, it made Fang Qi feel that there was some secret behind it. Looks like there are some people with unknown identities in the Fang family. Lan Yi secretly thought in his heart and spoke at this moment. Mao Sun, don't be too sure of your words. Humph. Even the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley can't do anything. What right do you have to say that you can cure Fang Jizong of the poison? Hearing this, the latter's face was filled with a sneer. He firmly believed that there was only one antidote for the poison in Fang Jizong's body, and that antidote could only be found in the 10,000 Scorpion Sect. Just me. However, just as Mao Sun finished speaking, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the hall, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The person who spoke was Xiao Yan. As everyone's gazes shot over, Xiao Yan lifted his foot and walked toward the middle of the hall. Behind him, Luo Jin and the others followed close behind. Fang Jizong, on the other hand, actually walked toward the courtyard outside by himself. His face was filled with joy as he played. "Who are you?" Fang Qi and the others had indeed noticed the existence of Xiao Yan's group. However, they did not say anything when they saw that Xiao Yan had come together with Lan Yi. It was unexpected that this young man in front of them would suddenly intervene at this critical moment. "Patriarch Fang, I am Xiao Yan. I have come under Master Lan's invitation to cure young Master Fang of the poison." Xiao Yan's expression did not change at all when he heard Fang Qi's question. He clasped his hands towards Fang Qi and spoke calmly. "Kikik. Kid, did I hear wrong? Even the valley master of the Burning Flame Valley can't cure this poison, so how can an early returnance kid like you be worthy? Boom! Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the mocking laughter in Mao Sun's mouth had just sounded when Xiao Yan's standing body suddenly shook. One could hear a bang, and a fierce flame began to burn intensely on the surface of his body. Do you think I'm worthy or not? Chapter 1181. Heavenly Flame. When the heavenly flame ignited on Xiao Yan's body, the temperature in the entire hall rose abruptly. The terrifyingly high temperature even caused the air to twist and tear. Almost at the same time, Fang Qi, who was seated at the head of the table, and the three elders of the Fang family immediately cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with dumbfounded expressions, and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. At the same time, Mao Sun, who had been questioned by Xiao Yan's imposing manner, instantly had an ugly expression on his old face. His face alternated between green and white, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. The moment the heavenly flame appeared, he immediately understood that his 10,000 scorpion sex plan was going to be ruined. In front of the heavenly flame, no matter how powerful a poison was, it would lose its luster. Not only was the heavenly flame the most terrifying power in the world, it was also the nemesis of all poisons. Even if the poison in Fang Jizong's body was 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful, with the heavenly flame, it would still be easily expelled. Damn it! How could this brat possess the heavenly flame? The 10,000 Scorpion sect had calculated in every possible way, but they did not expect that someone would actually possess the heavenly flame. Furthermore, the Fang family had encountered it. This kind of coincidence really made them gnash their teeth in hatred. But what should they do now? What could they do? Since the heavenly flame had appeared, no matter what he said, the Fang family would still choose Xiao Yan. If he angered this group of people in front of him, it was not impossible for them to go crazy and kill him. Ha 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 ha. Good. Mr. Xiao Yan, since Lan Yi has invited you, then the poison in my son's body will all depend on you. If the poison in my son's body can be completely removed, I, Fang Qi, guarantee that not only will I give you all the benefits that the Fang family has promised to the outside world, I, Fang Qi, will also owe Mr. Xiao Yan a favor. In the future, if Mr. needs my help, I, Fang Qi, will definitely do my best to help. Xiao Yan's appearance had not only saved Fang Jizong, but also eliminated the Fang family's greatest threat today. This caused Fang Qi to become even more grateful for Xiao Yan's appearance. Xiao Yan merely nodded his head in an indifferent manner when he heard Fang Qi's words. However, his heart was filled with joy. He had waited for so long because of these words from Fang Qi, a favor from an expert at the advanced Yuan King class. With this, his trip to the extreme south could be considered to have the greatest guarantee. As for you? Once he finished expressing his gratitude to Xiao Yan, Fang Qi's expression immediately became stern. His dense gaze instantly locked onto Mao Sun, who was planning to turn around and flee. At this moment, this fellow no longer had any confidence. Even his action of leaving had become sneaky, much like a rat crossing the street. Mao Sun. With a flash, Lan Yi appeared in front of Mao Sun in the blink of an eye. He mercilessly sent a palm strike towards Mao Sun. Terrified, Mao Sun hurriedly circulated his Genesis Qi to block. After the collision, Lan Yi steadied himself with a single step, while Mao Sun only managed to stop himself after taking several steps back. He no longer looked like a late returnance expert. You want to leave? Not so easy. Lan Yi sneered when he saw Mao Sun lose. Just as he was about to pursue, he was stopped by Fang Qi once again. Lan Yi, let him go. Lan Yi's body suddenly froze when he heard that. He turned his head towards Fang Qi in disbelief and reluctantly asked, Patriarch, how can we let him go? Clan head, how can we let him go? If Mr. Xiao Yan had not come today, I'm afraid. Let him go. I know that you hate him, but if he doesn't leave my Fang family, I'm afraid that the news of him coming here will immediately spread. At that time, regardless of whether it's true or not, the people above will start to suspect us. It's better to let him go. Go back and tell your master that my Fang family will definitely not betray our own faction, nor will we join the 10,000 Scorpion sect or the Heavenly Puppet sect. Even though Lan Yi was unwilling, in order to prove the Fang clan's innocence, he had no choice but to withdraw the Genesis Qi around his body. He glared angrily at the terrified Mao Sun, and the killing intent in his eyes was so strong it could almost materialize. Only after confirming that Lan Yi would not attack did Mao Sun carefully and timidly retreat. Only when he reached the door did he hurriedly turn around and run out of the guest hall as if he was fleeing. Only at this moment did the hall fall silent. The originally heavy atmosphere also calmed down with Mao Sun's departure. Mr. Xiao Yan, I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Fang Qi walked forward and cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan with a warm smile. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became terrified. He did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly cupped his hands and replied. After which, Fang Qi invited Xiao Yan's group to sit down. After a simple chat, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became much more relaxed. After the few of them made some simple inquiries, Fang Qi finally realized that the few people in front of him were not people from the extreme south. No wonder they did not know about the Fang clan. On the other hand, Lan Yi had been whispering something into Fang Qi's ear ever since everyone had sat down. It was possible that he was telling Fang Qi about the things that they had encountered along the way. Xiao Yan did not think too much about this point. He only followed Fang Qi's words and answered in a casual manner. At times, he would also cleverly use his words to ask a few questions about the Fang clan. At the same time, Mao Sun, who had darted out of the Fang clan's guest hall, was originally fleeing out of the Fang clan's residence. However, halfway through, he met Fang Jizong, who was alone. Mao Sun's thoughts changed rapidly. Looking at Fang Jizong in front of him, a venomous look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Then, with a flip of his hand, a dark green pill appeared in his palm. Although it looked similar to an ordinary pill, the aura it emitted made people feel disgusted. "Humph. So what if you have a heavenly flame? You've ruined my 10,000 Scorpion sex plans. I'll take your life as compensation." "Oh, you're actually a rank 5 alchemist. Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed young and promising. Not only is your cultivation so tyrannical, but you're also so proficient in alchemy. You've even grasped a heavenly flame that ordinary people can't possess. I have to say, Mr. Xiao Yan is really a dragon among men." In the Fang clan's guest hall, Fang Qi was still asking Xiao Yan some obscure questions. When he mentioned that Xiao Yan was actually an alchemist, the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. Even the other 3 elders of the Fang clan beside him could not help but be shocked. Such a young rank 5 alchemist, even in the entire southern region, there was probably no other one like him. Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed a genius. I have to admit that. However, I still have a question that I'd like to ask Mr. Xiao Yan to answer. Fang Qi smiled slightly. Seeing that Fang Qi also smiled and nodded, he quickly opened his mouth and said, "In that case, may I know what relationship Mr. Xiao Yan has with the Heavenly Puppet sect?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Chapter 1182. As Fang Qi's words left his mouth, Fang Qi's body abruptly jerked in the hall as an extremely terrifying aura descended on the heads of Xiao Yan and the others. Their expressions instantly changed as they hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies to resist. However, the other party was a true Origin King expert and was several times stronger than all of them combined. His aura and pressure was not something that Xiao Yan and the others could withstand. Boom! A series of explosions rang out as the chairs that Xiao Yan and the others were sitting on were instantly blasted apart. Their bodies were half kneeling on the ground as if they were about to be pressed down by the pressure. Cough, cough. Following the pressure above their heads was a series of violent coughs. The qi and blood in Xiao Yan and the others immediately began to churn violently. This was especially true for the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling. Their cultivations were on the lower side to begin with, so when they were pressured by the aura, their faces immediately turned deathly pale. A trace of blood even flowed out from the corner of the little fairy doctor's lips. Little fairy doctor. Xiao Yan's heart was immediately startled when he saw this scene. At the same time, a fury surged from the bottom of his heart. He ceased asking about the reason. A thought passed through his heart, and a powerful force immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body, transforming into a layer of golden-colored barrier. With the pressure above his head, his trembling legs gradually became firm. His head, which was pressed down, was also stubbornly raised. Giant elephant art. Rise for me! A low roar was once again emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. His body shook abruptly, and an enormous golden-colored illusionary image immediately appeared within the hall. The ground under his body, which had already been crushed, swiftly split into numerous enormous crack lines. His entire body also slowly stood up and bent his waist deeply. Although he was unable to stand upright, this scene caused Fang Qi, Lan Yi, and the others present to reveal shocked expressions. A mere initial origin stage expert was actually able to stand up under the pressure of Fang Qi's origin king stage aura with brute force. This was truly shocking. Ha! Soon after, the enormous hands of the King Kong giant in the hall supported itself on the ground. At a glance, it appeared like a large gorilla. While Fang Qi and the others were shocked, the King Kong giant forcefully withstood the pressure. A low roar that was filled with anger was emitted from its throat. At the same time, a fierce flame covered the surface of its body. An extremely overbearing strength surged out from within Xiao Yan's body at this moment. It actually blocked Fang Qi's force and pressure for an instant, allowing the little fairy doctor and the others behind him to have a chance to catch their breath. Gasp! This guy, he's already in such a state, and yet he still has the strength to retort. What shocking explosive force! Even with Fang Qi's mental strength, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw this scene. On top of being shocked in his heart, he also felt even more surprised and doubtful about the exact identity of Xiao Yan's group. Kid, I don't care what abilities you have, but it's best if you answer my question honestly right now. What is your relationship with the Celestial Puppet Sect? After all, Xiao Yan was an origin king. Although his presence was indeed shocking, he was only at early returnance in the end. Facing Fang Qi with such strength was like putting on a show. Fang Qi only called out, but the pressure within his voice suppressed Xiao Yan once again. Kid, I admire your talent and courage very much, but if you really are someone from the Celestial Puppet Sect, then no matter how great your talent is, I can only apologize to you. The pressure that was being exerted on the heads of Xiao Yan's group immediately became even stronger when these words were spat out. Soon after, one could hear a bang sound. The golden light that covered the surface of Xiao Yan's body, along with the illusionary image, was shattered in an instant. What? Xiao Yan's heart suddenly shook. His face had turned bright red the moment the golden elephant skill was broken. He widened his mouth, and a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Soon after, his expression also turned pale in an instant. His forceful body immediately knelt down uncontrollably. With a bang, the shattered ground under his knees was shaken into a pile of powder. Cough, cough. Patriarch Fang, what is the meaning of this? The expressions of Luo Jin and the others immediately changed when they saw Xiao Yan become injured. Even though the pressure above them became even more terrifying, it was unable to stop their enmity and anger. What is the meaning of this? It's only the first time Xiao Yan has met Lan Yi and Song Er, yet they want to purge him of their own accord. How can there be such a good deal in the world? When you left Endless City, you just happened to be followed by people from the Celestial Puppet Sect. In the battle afterwards, not only did Xiao Yan defeat the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley who were no weaker than returnance experts, but he even took out a puppet unique to the Celestial Puppet Sect. What? Isn't all of this enough to explain everything? You've already prepared the entire plan from the moment Lan Yi and Song Er set foot in Endless City for the sake of infiltrating the Fang family. The puppet is clearly from the southwest border and the Sea Cloud Palace. According to what I know, the Celestial Puppet Sect has already begun to expand their forces in the southwest. The largest one is called the Sea Cloud Palace. The reason why you mentioned it is to use the Sea Cloud Palace to hide your identities. Fang Qi actually displayed an intelligent appearance when he heard Luo Jin's words. Based on his judgment, he had actually connected everything that had happened before and after. It appeared that the things that had happened to Xiao Yan's group at the southwestern border and their arrival at the southernmost region were all for the sake of probing into his Fang clan. However, he had completely forgotten that he and the others had helped his Fang clan to get out of a predicament earlier. Luo Jin and the others became furious when they saw Fang Qi's idiotic guess. They glared at Fang Qi furiously, almost spitting fire from their eyes. If it were not for the fact that their cultivation was lower than Fang Qi's, they probably would not have been able to recognize him and would have punched him long ago. Patriarch Fang, you don't have to believe others. But I'm an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. You should at least believe me. Don't tell me you still don't believe in the Alchemist Alliance. At this moment, even Zhou Tai could not help but yell out while enduring the pressure on his shoulders. Fang Qi was actually so stupid. He actually insisted that they were from the Celestial Puppet Sect based on these unrelated matters. Could it be that, after the incident with Mao Sun, this fellow had become so suspicious? Or was it that the Fang family had always been like this? I naturally believe in the Alchemist Alliance. However, according to what I know, you have only joined the Alchemist Alliance in the last 2 years. If you had already joined the Alchemist Alliance before joining the Alliance, then this matter would naturally make sense. Chapter 1183. Within the Fang clan's meeting hall, a terrifying qi pressure violently pressed down on the bodies of Xiao Yan's group. Everyone's faces were pale. Every single one of their bodies could not help but tremble intensely. This was not because of any fear. It was purely because the strength they were facing was too great. In front of everyone, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly in the most miserable state. Over half of the force in his body had been removed, and he could only rely on his Genesis Qi to barely block the pressure above his head. His cheeks were flushed red as a powerful aura descended from above. It was not only suppressing his body, but also attacking his soul. A suffocating pressure spread from every part of his body, and Xiao Yan could only grit his teeth and endure. At the same time, another force seemed to be faintly trembling in the depths of Xiao Yan's body. It was only because all of Xiao Yan's attention was focused on his body that he did not notice. After Fang Qi retorted with a cold expression, he looked as if he had won a great victory and was about to capture the group in front of him. Indeed, after the incident with Mao Sun, Fang Qi had doubts about many things in his heart. He was very clear that there was definitely someone in his family who was related to Mao Sun. As for who that person was, it was still unclear for the time being. However, just based on this point, it caused him to form a suspicion toward all those whose identities were unknown. This was especially so when Lan Yi also raised his suspicion toward Xiao Yan's group. The thought in his heart flourished even more. Patriarch, don't you think it's a little too subjective to believe that they are from the heavenly puppet sect based on this? Finally, at this moment, the 3 elders of the Fang clan also realized that something was not quite right. Fang Qi's words were a little too absolute. After all, no matter how one put it, Xiao Yan had helped the Fang clan resolve a crisis today. Yet, he actually turned around and doubted the identity of Xiao Yan's group. This was really a little unreasonable. Patriarch, At this moment, Lan Yi finally sensed that something was not right. His heart immediately felt some regret. He should not have suspected the background of Xiao Yan's group for no reason. However, it was too late to talk about all this now. At this moment, how could Fang Qi allow anyone to say anything? What, the 3 of you are starting to doubt me? I usually give you some face because you have contributed to the clan. Today, Mao Sun came to the Fang clan, and the 3 of you were so submissive that you didn't have the slightest bearing of clan elders. You were even forced into silence by Mao Sun, and now you dare to teach me a lesson? Don't tell me you are also from the Heavenly Puppet Sect or the 10,000 Scorpion Sect. When Fang Qi said this, the 3 elders were immediately shocked. Indeed, the current Fang Qi had indeed become very strange. Not only did he speak without restraint, his heart seemed to have become even darker. Something's wrong. Patriarch, you should calm down first. Upon sensing this, the expressions of the 3 elders immediately changed as they hurriedly called out to stop Fang Qi. However, the latter's heart had become increasingly aggressive at this moment. How could he possibly allow them to say anything else? The instant he turned his head, the few of them saw that his eyes had unknowingly been covered by a scarlet-red hue. As he roared, he suddenly waved his sleeve as a torrent of Genesis chi surged out, charging straight at the three elders. This guy! The hearts of the three old men were immediately greatly alarmed. They hurriedly intervened and blocked Fang Chi's attack together. However, the remnant ripple after the Genesis chi was broken easily knocked down Xiao Yan's group. The pressure they felt also scattered at this moment. Fortunately, this energy remnant ripple did not cause them to suffer any injuries. This was something worth rejoicing over. However, the instant Xiao Yan's body fell backwards, he seemed to faintly hear something shattering in his body. Immediately after, just as Fang Chi was about to attack the three elders again, the door to the discussion hall was once again smashed open by brute force. Cries of alarm rang out. Patriarch! Not good. The poison in young master's body is acting up again. Loud cries echoed in the hall like the ringing of a bell, the buzzing sound causing Fang Chi's head to rumble. Now that something had happened to Fang Jizong, Fang Chi's mind was in turmoil, and his actions finally came to a stop. Die! Let him die! However, before the others could relax, Fang Chi's cry sounded out like a sudden clap of thunder and also like the roar of a wild beast. Without caring about anyone else, his body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the three elders from his own clan in the blink of an eye. He then violently slammed the chest of the person closest to him. In the face of such a sudden attack, coupled with the gap between their cultivation levels, the elder was unable to dodge even with his movement techniques. He could only helplessly watch as Fang Chi's hand rapidly grew larger in his eyes. Once this palm landed, even if he did not die, it would definitely leave behind an injury that would be difficult to cure. Bzz. However, while the other two elders were emitting worried exclamations from their mouths, there was suddenly an unknown energy swiftly gathering within Xiao Yan's body. In the blink of an eye, it formed an enormous energy whirlpool around Xiao Yan's body. A wild and ferocious suction force instantly surged. The Genesis chi in the area where the Fang clan was located suddenly began to riot at this moment. In the next instant, just as Fang Chi's hand was about to land on the chest of the elder in front of him, an invisible energy storm abruptly charged out from the center of the vortex and slammed into Fang Chi's body. Bang! One could only hear a muffled bang sound and Fang Chi's body immediately flew out. Immediately, he was heavily smashed into the wall behind the head seat. His entire chest instantly caved in and his body was embedded into the wall. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. While his mind was in a state of giddiness, his scarlet eyes gradually regained their clarity. In the hall, the three elders stared in disbelief at Fang Chi, who had been sent flying by the force. Besides the joy of surviving a calamity, there was also endless shock in their turbid eyes. Only after the three of them confirmed that Fang Chi would not attack again did they turn their gazes towards the source of the aura. When their gazes landed on Xiao Yan's body, the shock in their hearts grew even greater. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the person who had sent Fang Chi flying with a single aura would be Xiao Yan. Fang Chi, the strongest member of the Fang clan, a 4-star Source King, had been sent flying by Xiao Yan, a young member of the younger generation. This was simply unbelievable. Chapter 1184. The Fang clan's residence. The originally gorgeous reception hall was now in ruins. The walls on all sides collapsed, and the dome was blown away by a tyrannical force. The originally spacious hall was now only left with a small space in the middle that could stand. Fang Chi's body was still embedded in the wall. It was likely that the remaining broken wall around his body would collapse with a loud bang if he quietly moved. The three elders of the Fang clan, Luo Jin, and the others took the lead to withdraw from the area of the ruins. Only Xiao Yan remained seated within it. The powerful energy formed a huge energy tornado with Xiao Yan's body at the center. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut as he sat cross-legged, allowing the energy to enter his body. The moment the invisible energy swept out, Xiao Yan was certain that Xiao Xian had awakened in his body. After such a long time, Xiao Xian had finally recovered from the great exhaustion he had suffered in the North Sea. Moreover, he was clearly much more powerful than before. It was imaginable that his spiritual strength should have recovered long ago. He had only been absorbing and refining the medicinal ingredients he had obtained from the Sea Clan. After absorbing the spirit power in those medicinal herbs, Xiao Xian's spirit power had reached an unimaginable level. At least with Xiao Yan's current spirit power, he couldn't detect the depth of Xiao Xian's spirit power. He couldn't even detect the latter's current condition. Ever since the energy swept out, Xiao Yan's body no longer moved. Only the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth continued to gather, and after entering Xiao Yan's body, it inexplicably disappeared. Xiao Yan knew that Xiao Xian was absorbing the Genesis Qi, but he was a little surprised that Xiao Xian didn't react in the slightest. Xiao Yan, is he okay? Outside the arena, Zhou Tai and the others were also looking at Xiao Yan with worried faces. The strange thing that had suddenly happened to Xiao Yan's body had really given them a fright. On the other hand, the little fairy doctor's pretty face did not have a surprised expression at this moment. Although her heart was also shocked by the sudden scene just now, when she came back to her senses, the worry in her heart quickly calmed down. Based on her understanding of Xiao Yan, he would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Since that energy was being released from his body, it meant that this energy was under Xiao Yan's control. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to worry. As the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth continued to gather, the movements around Xiao Yan grew more and more intense. Even the space around him and the ground began to tremble. The tremendous energy pressure caused space to distort, and even the air seemed to become particularly viscous. During this entire process, everyone present stared intently at Xiao Yan. Some of the members of the Fang clan, who had arrived late, also widened their eyes at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock. When would they have thought that the Fang clan's meeting hall would be destroyed by someone? And now, this person was sitting there with his legs crossed and cultivating with a fearless look. He was simply looking down on the Fang clan. Immediately, there were a few disciples of the Fang family who were eager to show off, but before they could do anything, they were stopped by the three elders. Not a single person from the Fang family was allowed to step into the meeting hall. Seeing that the three elders from their own clan actually surrounded and protected this young man in the battleground, the other members of the Fang clan immediately did not dare to say anything more. However, their gazes that repeatedly looked at Xiao Yan were filled with an increasing amount of shock. In the sky, the three elders of the Fang family stared fixedly at Xiao Yan, their hearts filled with shock. Given their eyesight, they could naturally tell that the power surrounding Xiao Yan didn't really belong to Xiao Yan. He was only acting as a cover for the Genesis Qi, and all the power had returned to the depths of Xiao Yan's body. As for what it was, they had no way of knowing. However, there was one thing they were certain of. The true owner of the power was definitely much stronger than the three of them combined. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to push back Fang Qi, who was in that strange state, with a single blow. When Fang Qi was mentioned, the latter's body was still embedded in the broken wall at this moment. Although the scarlet color from earlier could no longer be seen in his eyes, his entire person appeared to be in a daze. It appeared that he had yet to wake up from Xiao Yan's explosive attack earlier. Bang! Perhaps it was really such a coincidence, or perhaps Fang Qi felt the gazes from the outside. His originally drooping eyes slowly opened with some pain. He moved his body slightly, and the broken wall on his body instantly collapsed. His entire body was also released from the wall. After coming back to his senses, his pair of eyes that had recovered their clarity couldn't help but look around in a daze. The expression on his face was first startled. Then he couldn't help but widen his eyes as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. What is going on? After the shock on his face passed, Fang Qi felt a sharp pain in his head. Immediately after, the scene from before once again surfaced in his mind. How could this be? Fang Qi's face immediately turned deathly pale as he recalled the scene from before. At the same time, he was glad that his palm had not landed on the elder's body. Otherwise, he would have regretted it to death. As for why his palm did not land, there was no description in his memory. As for the energy storm around Xiao Yan, it had gradually subsided before Fang Qi opened his eyes. Ancestor, have you awakened? Ancestor? Ancestor. The energy dissipated, and Xiao Yan calmly sat where he was without moving. He kept calling out for Xiao Xian in his heart, but no matter how many times he tried, there was no response. Even if Xiao Yan used his soul power to carefully search his body, he was still unable to detect the slightest trace of Xiao Xian's aura. From the looks of it, the latter did not seem to have completely awakened. The energy from before was perhaps just an abnormality before he awakened. Sigh. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan immediately sighed helplessly in his heart. Then he slowly raised his eyes. However, just as he opened his eyes, he saw the pale-faced Fang Qi not far away. His eyes immediately narrowed, and he hurriedly got up, but at the same time, he attracted the latter's gaze. Mr. Xiao Yan. Fang Qi also understood that Xiao Yan was extremely wary of him at this moment, so he immediately wanted to go forward and explain what had happened. However, just as he was about to move, the three elders suddenly leaped forward and blocked Fang Qi and Xiao Yan. Master, if you attack again, don't blame us for being impolite. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1185. In the Fang family mansion, all the Fang family disciples widened their eyes as they stared at the scene before them in astonishment. They could not believe their own eyes. Why did their own elders turn around and stand in front of their family head? If it weren't for the clear words of the three elders, these people would have suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. Grand Elder, I did not know what had happened before. I can only apologize for what happened earlier. After this, I will do my best to make it up to the three of you, but Mr. Xiao Yan. Fang Qi felt extremely helpless in his heart when he saw the three elders from his clan blocking in front of him. Immediately, he cupped his hands and bowed to the few of them with a sincere attitude, hoping that he would be able to obtain their forgiveness. At the end of his words, Fang Qi's gaze also landed on Xiao Yan. His gaze was so sincere that no one would be able to form any doubts. Speaking of which, Xiao Yan was clearly being treated in such a manner by an expert at the advanced Yuan King class. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have nodded his head and forgiven him. However, Xiao Yan did not. Even though he could tell that Fang Qi's words were sincere, his actions earlier had already touched Xiao Yan's reverse scale. How could this be easily resolved with 2 or 3 sentences? Fang Qi, although you are the patriarch, you have gone too far today. No matter what the reason is, you have already affected the operations of the entire Fang family. As a result, the three of us have decided to temporarily keep your position as the patriarch of the Fang family. As for Mr. Xiao Yan, from now on, he will be a guest elder of the Fang family. If there is nothing urgent, I think it's best if you do not approach him so casually. Even though the three elders already knew that Fang Qi had recovered his consciousness, the damage he had done earlier could not be easily made up for. For example, the ruins before them. The guest hall had been completely destroyed. If they wanted to start over, they would have to build a new one. However, before that, they needed to stabilize their foundations and make the ground even more stable. At this moment, this was exactly what the three elders wanted to do. Temporarily keeping Fang Qi as the head of the clan was to vent his anger for the oppression that Xiao Yan had suffered earlier. As for the consecrated elder, it was also to compensate Xiao Yan to the greatest extent. This action was far better than the original request that Fang Qi had made. Of course, the reason for this was definitely because of the strength that was emitted from Xiao Yan's body earlier. If he didn't have a certain level of strength as an incentive, how could these guys treat him with such an attitude? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but mock himself. In the end, he was still basking in Xiao Xian's glory. Otherwise, with his own cultivation, how could he attract the attention of these people in front of him? At most, they would be a little more polite to him because of Fang Zhizong. Once Fang Zhizong's condition improved, the outcome would naturally not be difficult to imagine. However, it was different now. With the aura that Xiao Yan exuded earlier, these guys would naturally treat him with respect. Regardless of whether the power belonged to Xiao Yan or not, as long as he could use it, it was enough for these people to be polite to him. Under the premise of possessing great power, no one would care about the source of that power. Mr. Xiao Yan, what happened earlier was indeed my fault. I apologize to you. However, the poison in Song Er's body has acted up again, and it can no longer be delayed. Mr. Xiao Yan, please treat my son's injuries. Fang Qi was not a fool. He immediately understood the meaning behind the words of the three elders in front of him. Although he did not understand the exact reason behind it, the poison in Fang Zhizong's body had once again flared up. If this were to continue, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only brace himself and open his mouth to beg Xiao Yan. Hearing that, Xiao Yan's expression didn't change much. He looked at the three elders in front of him and realized that they were also looking at him from the corner of their eyes. Although they didn't say it explicitly, it was obvious that they were waiting for his response. These three old fellows obviously hoped that he would agree. After all, they were helping their own people. They couldn't really hurt their own people for a person whose thoughts they couldn't be sure of. That kind of deal where they suffered a double loss was something they absolutely couldn't do. Xiao Yan was just about to open his mouth when a warm hand was suddenly placed on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw that it was Luo Jin. The little fairy doctor and the rest followed closely behind. Although their complexions had already recovered, one could still see some paleness on the little fairy doctor's face. The gap between a Dodi and King Yuan was too great. If Fang Qi really wanted to kill back then, it was likely that the first to die would be the little fairy doctor, and Mu Ling, thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart, which had calmed down because of Xiao Xian, fluctuated once again. He exchanged glances with Luo Jin by the side. Immediately, Xiao Yan looked at Fang Qi, raised his eyelids, and said in a calm tone, "I can agree to help young Master Fang expel the poison." Once these words were said, the three elders and Fang Qi relaxed slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yan continued to speak. "However, Fang clan leader, you must bow and apologize to her." As he spoke, Xiao Yan raised his hand and pointed at the little fairy doctor by the side. At this moment, the latter finally reacted. Immediately, the expression on her face was startled. Soon after, she opened her mouth but remained silent. "What? This woman is only a 3-star Dodi. How can this be? How can the Fang clan leader apologize to a 3-star Dodi? Absolutely not." As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding disciples of the Fang family immediately burst into an uproar. How could the dignified patriarch of the Fang family apologize to a person of unknown origin? Not to mention that this person's cultivation was far inferior to Fang Qi's. Xiao Yan's actions could be said to be slapping the Fang clan's own face. "Mr. Xiao Yan, isn't this too? If Fang clan leader is unwilling, you can go and look for Mao soon. I believe that even if you look for him now, he would be very willing to cooperate with you." Without waiting for the elder in front of him to finish speaking, Xiao Yan once again opened his mouth. The elder's words were instantly stuck in his mouth. Even though they knew that Xiao Yan was taking revenge for the previous matter, asking Fang Qi to bow and apologize to the little fairy doctor in front of everyone in the Fang clan was still a little too much. However, if he was unwilling to apologize, Fang Zhizong's life would definitely be threatened. Xiao Yan's actions were forcing him to apologize. After all, he was a father. Fang Qi struggled for a long time before finally letting out a bitter sigh. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the little fairy doctor. Under the disbelieving gazes of the Fang clan members, he bowed respectfully to the little fairy doctor. At the same time, he apologized word by word. Being treated in such a manner, the little fairy doctor almost could not recover her senses. She hurriedly looked at Xiao Yan beside her. Seeing the latter nod his head, she quickly followed suit and nodded gently, accepting Fang Qi's apology. Only at this moment did Fang Qi's face tensed up. He tried his best to calm the emotions in his heart. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan and said in a somewhat suppressed tone, "Mr. Xiao Yan, is it all right now?" Hearing this, the latter nodded his head. He did not care about the expressions on the faces of the three elders. He pulled the little fairy doctor beside him and turned around to walk towards the courtyard. Chapter 1186. In the courtyard outside of the guest hall, which had already turned into ruins, Xiao Yan led the little fairy doctor and slowly walked to the side of the unconscious Fang Jizong, who was lying flat on the ground in the courtyard. The two of them revealed a surprised expression the moment they saw Fang Jizong. Xiao Yan hurriedly squatted down and grabbed Fang Jizong's wrist without any hesitation. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength immediately entered Fang Jizong's body. It swiftly helped him check the condition of his body. On the side, the fairy doctor also squatted down. Just as her hand was about to reach for Fang Jizong's other wrist, she was stopped by Xiao Yan. "Be careful, the poison in his body has completely erupted. Even my soul power can't withstand it. If you act so carelessly, you will definitely be injured by the poison." The fairy doctor was startled when Xiao Yan stopped her. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, she withdrew her slender hand with lingering fear. Even though she possessed the woeful poison body, since even Xiao Yan had intervened to stop her, it was sufficient to indicate just how fierce the poison within Fang Jizong's body was. Once the little fairy doctor carelessly transferred her spiritual strength into Fang Jizong's body, it was likely that even the little fairy doctor would suffer serious injuries under the fierce energy attack of the poison. This was not something that Xiao Yan wished to see. But the poison in his body... After hesitating for a moment, the fairy doctor frowned. Just as the words left her mouth, she was stopped by Xiao Yan's stern gaze. "Leave everything to me. You don't have to do anything. Don't think too much. Just take care of yourself." Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of irresistible majesty. The fairy doctor immediately pouted cutely and timidly retreated. When Xiao Yan saw the cute look on the fairy doctor's face, although there was no change in his expression, his old face could not help but heat up when he turned his head. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and calmed himself down. After which, he turned his gaze around and tossed aside the distracting thoughts in his heart. At the same time that his gaze landed on Fang Jizong, his thoughts also turned back. After a brief but swift investigation, Xiao Yan was surprised to discover that the poison within Fang Jizong's body, which had been suppressed by quite a lot, had actually swelled wildly for no reason. The poison in Fang Jizong's 4 limbs, which had been expelled by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, was once again invaded by the poison at this moment. Moreover, from the looks of it, the explosive strength and spreading speed of this poison seemed to have become even more terrifying. In just a moment, the degree of the poison's dispersion had even exceeded the scene when Xiao Yan examined Fang Jizong a few days ago. Such a strange spreading speed, even Xiao Yan was surprised and suspicious. How could this be? How did the poison become so fierce all of a sudden? Xiao Yan quietly said in his heart. When Xiao Yan pulled up Fang Jizong's sleeves, he saw that the latter's originally white arm had actually gradually turned black and green. There were even some small black lines that could be seen on some parts of his arm. Those were the proof that the poison had spread to his skin. Oh no! This poison is spreading so fast. Sensing that something was not right, Xiao Yan hurriedly withdrew his hand. He placed 2 of his fingers together and shook them gently. A pale green-colored flame seedling immediately surfaced. Without having the time to explain, Xiao Yan swiftly pressed his finger on the joint of Fang Jizong's wrist in front of the various gazes of the surrounding people. Following this, it was his elbow, arm, and even the chi paths and important acupuncture points all over his body. When Xiao Yan finally withdrew his palm and examined Fang Jizong again, the speed of the poison spreading in Fang Jizong's body slowed down a little. But even so, if Fang Jizong was not treated, he believed that in less than a night, Fang Jizong would still lose his life because of this. What's going on? It has only been half a month since I suppressed the poison in Jizong's body. How could it break out again? And the speed of its spread is... Being Fang Jizong's father, Fang Qi hurriedly stepped forward to check the condition of Fang Jizong's body when Xiao Yan acted to control the spread of the poison in Fang Jizong's body. Soon after, however, even his face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Originally, he would help Fang Jizong suppress the poison in his body once every month in order to control the spread of the poison. However, only over 10 days had passed since the last time he acted and the poison in Fang Jizong's body had actually completely erupted. This was a result that he had never expected. Immediately, Fang Qi hurriedly mobilized the Genesis Qi in the cyclone in his body. Vigorous power quickly gathered in his palm, and he was about to suppress the poison in his son's body again. After all, no matter what means Xiao Yan had, Fang Jizong was his son, and he had to ensure that nothing would happen to Fang Jizong because of the poison. At least before Xiao Yan really removed the poison, he would not allow the poison to spread again. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you'd better not do this. However, just as Fang Qi was about to act, Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his eyes and said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Fang Qi's brows immediately scrunched together. But the poison in Jizong's body has completely broken out. If we don't suppress it now, once the poison gets out of control again, it will be even more. If you really do that, then even I will not be able to save him. Before the words from Fang Qi's mouth sounded, Xiao Yan interrupted him with a sentence. Fang Qi's heart tightened, and the tremendous amount of Genesis Qi gathered in his palm quietly dissipated after a moment of struggle and hesitation. He did not dare to not save his son, but he also did not want to gamble with Fang Jizong's life. Although he was extremely unwilling, he also understood that this endless method of suppression had continued for too long. Even if this continued, there would come a day when he would not be able to save his son. During the process of suppressing the poison, Fang Qi could clearly feel that the poison's power had grown stronger, and it was not a solution to continue suppressing it for a long time. Perhaps Xiao Yan's intervention had pointed out a way for Fang Jizong to survive. After stopping Fang Qi's actions, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh as he muttered inwardly, "This is troublesome." Before this, even he did not expect the poison's power to be suppressed. If not, the process of expelling the poison would not have been so easy. From the current situation, the poison's power was clearly much more powerful than he had expected. Although it was somewhat strenuous, it was still within Xiao Yan's tolerance range compared to the woeful poison body. However, there was one thing that Xiao Yan could not understand. Why did the poison in Fang Jizong's body suddenly act up? Chapter 1187. After temporarily suppressing the spread of the poison in Fang Jizong's body, Xiao Yan had to prepare to officially remove the poison from Fang Jizong's body. With the help of the heavenly fire and some special methods, he temporarily suppressed a portion of the vital channels in Fang Jizong's body to slow down the spread of the poison. Although the effect was obvious, no matter how slow it was, the poison was still spreading. If it couldn't be completely removed, the poison would come back again as long as it was left behind. The reason why Xiao Yan stopped Fang Qi's actions just now was because he discovered a major characteristic of the poison. These poisons appeared to possess an extremely strong adaptability. Not only were they able to swiftly adapt to the condition of the host's body, but they were also able to absorb the host's own cultivation. They were even unceremonious to an external strength. Even the monster-like poison that Xiao Yan had injected into Fang Jizong's body earlier had developed an interest in his spiritual strength. This thing appeared to possess an extremely stubborn desire to swallow all kinds of energy. It was not something that could be naturally produced. From this, Xiao Yan was even more certain of the guess in his heart. This poison was likely created by a certain vicious person. This person was likely not an ordinary strong person to be able to create a poison of this grade. At the very least, the person who could create such a poison had an extraordinary understanding of poison. After that, in order to allow Xiao Yan to focus on removing the poison from Fang Jizong, Fang Qi specially arranged an independent courtyard for Xiao Yan. Even the people who could enter the house were strictly restricted. Other than Xiao Yan and Fang Qi, Luo Jin and the rest were insisted to stay outside. Even the 3 elders of the Fang family were not allowed to enter the house. Although the 3 old fellows had previously said that they had stripped Fang Qi of his position as the clan head, that was after all just putting on a show for Xiao Yan to see. Since there was no need to do so at this moment, the 3 old fellows were naturally much more respectful and cautious of Fang Qi as the few of them spoke. However, perhaps it was because Fang Qi had once attacked them earlier, but it resulted in them carrying a kind of strange awkwardness regardless of whether they spoke or did things. As for Luo Jin and the rest, although they were worried about Xiao Yan being alone inside, they could only stop at the door under Fang Qi's insistence. Of course, this was after Xiao Yan agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stopped so easily. Inside the house, Xiao Yan checked Fang Jitsong's body again. After making sure that he didn't miss out any details, he controlled the strange fire. Just like the previous time, he used the strange fire to envelop Fang Jitsong's entire body. The process of removing the poison officially began. Although the method used to remove the poison was similar for both times, the poison that Xiao Yan was facing this time around was even more powerful and overbearing. Hence, it caused the entire process to become much slower. In order to completely remove the poison within Fang Jitsong's body, Xiao Yan had caused his own spiritual strength to be affected during the process of controlling the heavenly flame to fight the poison. A small amount of damage was nothing. However, what he didn't know was that every time his spiritual energy was slightly damaged, the poison would take the opportunity to surge up. Even if the strange fire blocked almost all of it, there would still be an extremely small amount of poison that was difficult to detect that would invade Xiao Yan's spiritual energy. Under the protection of his spiritual energy and the strange fire, the poison would safely enter his body. The entire process of Xiao Yan removing the poison from Fang Jitsong's body lasted for a total of 3 days. After 3 days, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was finally completely removed under the refining of Xiao Yan's strange fire. Fang Jitsong's body, which looked like a dying person 3 days ago, had finally returned to normal. Following the disappearance of the poison, Fang Jitsong's fat body had unknowingly become much smaller. His entire person looked even more handsome. It was a pity that he was still in a deep sleep on the bed. As for Fang Qi, in order not to disturb Xiao Yan, and also for his son's sake, he had already left the room a day ago. He was quietly waiting for Xiao Yan's good news. After a day of waiting, he personally sensed that the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was decreasing. First, it was the skin, then the meridians and bones, followed by the internal organs. Everything proved that Fang Jitsong was about to return to normal. As a father, how could he not be excited? But it was also because of this that he had left the room early to ensure that nothing went wrong during the entire process. Today, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was finally completely removed. However, along with Fang Jitsong's relief, Xiao Yan's body was in trouble again. The Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body had been greatly depleted over the past 3 days. At this moment, there was less than 20% of Genesis Qi left in his cyclone. In order to prevent the poison from returning, Xiao Yan had gone all out this time. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead like raindrops. Her originally rosy lips were now ghastly white. Her face also carried a trace of exhaustion. Her eyelids were currently so heavy that they were like rolling stones that were about to close. 3 days of refining and expelling the poison was not considered a long time. Although he had exhausted a large amount of Genesis Qi, logically speaking, he should not have ended up in such a state. However, Xiao Yan's originally clear mind had become a little absent-minded at this moment. What's going on? Xiao Yan could not help but cry out in bewilderment when he sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly pulled himself together and began to circulate the little remaining Genesis Qi in his body. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yan was shocked to discover that a cluster of black poison, the size of a fist, had unknowingly appeared within his Qi vortex. It occupied all the important Qi paths, completely sealing off all the routes that Xiao Yan could use his Genesis Qi to move. However, before Xiao Yan could do anything else, a pair of heavy eyelids slowly fell and his body collapsed onto the floor of the room. Meanwhile, Luo Jin and the rest were still patiently waiting outside the door. Luo Jin and Bai Hua would occasionally glance at the icy gazes of the Fang clan members that had shot in from outside the courtyard, before casually glancing at them and ignoring them. Ever since Xiao Yan had requested for Fang Qi to apologize to the little fairy doctor, these people from the Fang clan had used this kind of hostile gaze to look at them. If it were not for Fang Qi's orders, it was likely that these people would have been unable to resist barging in. At this moment, the little fairy doctor was standing in front of the door with her brows slightly furrowed. Ever since Xiao Yan had forbidden her from touching Fang Jitsong's wrist, she had a vague premonition in her heart that something bad was about to happen. As time passed, this premonition grew stronger and stronger until today. Bang! Although the movement within the room was not loud and even Luo Jin and the others did not hear it clearly, it still landed in the ears of the little fairy doctor, who had been staring at the door. Immediately, the expression on the latter's pretty face abruptly changed. Without thinking much, her lovely body pounced forward and pushed the door open. Her pair of pretty eyes immediately looked into the room. Soon after, she saw the unconscious Xiao Yan lying on the ground. Chapter 1188. Xiao Yan. When she saw Xiao Yan lying on the ground, the expression on the fairy doctor's face changed drastically. She cried out in alarm, alerting the other people in the courtyard. At the same time, she hurriedly rushed to Xiao Yan's side and helped the latter up. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with worry quickly swept across Xiao Yan's body. When she saw his ashen face, the fairy doctor's heart immediately jumped. With her understanding of poisons, she could naturally tell that Xiao Yan had clearly been poisoned by some kind of extremely dangerous poison. What's wrong? Did something happen to Xiao Yan? Soon after, Luo Jin and the rest, who had run in one after another, arrived at Xiao Yan's side. The group of people surrounded Xiao Yan and the fairy doctor. Luo Jin and Bai Hua quickly squatted down and held Xiao Yan's wrist with one hand. After a round of examination, the two people's faces changed. He's actually poisoned. How can this be? It's clearly to remove the poison. How can this poison harm him instead? Moreover, Xiao Yan has the heavenly flame protecting his body. How can this poison? There's no other way. The person who created this poison has a much higher cultivation than Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan has the heavenly flame protecting his body and can remove most of the poison in his body has clearly been specially refined by its original owner. It contains a portion of the original owner's strength. Unless Xiao Yan's strength is even stronger, he won't be able to use the heavenly flame to completely refine this poison. Otherwise, we can only find the original antidote for this poison. Just when Luo Jin and the rest were shocked that Xiao Yan had actually been poisoned, the fairy doctor immediately gave her opinion. At the end of her words, the fairy doctor seemed to want to say something more. However, when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them back down. When the few people heard the fairy doctor's words, their faces could not help but slightly change. This poison was a little too sinister. Xiao Yan had saved others, but in the end, he had harmed himself. As long as it was not neutralized with the antidote, this poison would take one's life no matter what. Mr. Xiao Yan, how is it? Is the poison in Song Er's body cured? Soon, Fang Qi's almost uncontrollable voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone present could imagine the excitement on Fang Qi's face just from that voice alone. Since his son was saved, Fang Qi could not help but feel relieved. It was normal for him to have a smile on his face. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Luo Jin and the others in a circle. His expression froze, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Song Er. Although Fang Qi saw Xiao Yan, who was currently being placed in the fairy doctor's embrace, he merely glanced at him hurriedly. After which, he hurriedly came to his son's side and softly called out. After which, he grabbed Fang Jitsong's wrist with one hand and began to check with a worried expression. Don't worry, he is fine now. The little fairy doctor's indifferent voice came from behind. Fang Qi tilted his head slightly and glanced at the little fairy doctor from the corner of his eyes. He was surprised by the former's courage. Although he had to apologize to the little fairy doctor to protect Fang Jitsong that day, it did not mean that the little fairy doctor could be arrogant in front of him from now on. He believed that the little girl who spoke at this time understood this point. However, even so, she could still say such words in such a tone, which inevitably made Fang Qi a little surprised. Fortunately, what the little fairy doctor said was not a lie. After a round of examination, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body had been completely removed. Although he was still in a coma, it was only because the latter's body had been under the influence of the poison for a long time and was still resting. It was believed that Fang Jitsong would wake up soon. However, Fang Jitsong was fine now, but Xiao Yan. What happened to Mr. Xiao Yan here? After confirming that his son was fine, Fang Qi's gaze fell on Xiao Yan, who was lying in the little fairy doctor's arms, and asked in a surprised tone. To be honest, he did not know what had happened to Xiao Yan at this moment. He had only rushed over after noticing the movement here. He had been thinking about his son in his heart and did not have the mood to care about Xiao Yan. Moreover, Xiao Yan had the protection of the heavenly flame. He did not think that anything would happen to Xiao Yan after saving his son. He was poisoned. Bai Hua gently put down Xiao Yan's cold hand, turned her head, and looked coldly at Fang Qi as she slowly said, "Poisoned? Didn't he have the heavenly flame protection? How did he get poisoned? I also want to know what's going on with this poison, why it was transferred to his body, and who created this poison. Lan Yi said that your son was poisoned in the forest, but magical beasts definitely don't have this kind of strange poison. The one that poisoned your son is definitely not an ordinary magical beast. What's going on?" Bai Hua said in a cold voice as she stood up and walked towards Fang Qi in a domineering manner. There was not the slightest trace of respect in her eyes. To this guy, Fang Qi did not display the dignity of an expert when he saw Bai Hua approach. Instead, he was surprised. Just who were these people in front of him? Why were they acting so domineering today? They were just a group of Origin Transformation juniors, yet they dared to face him, an expert at the Origin King realm, in such a manner. Were they not afraid of death or something? Humph, you're just a late Origin Transformation expert. You actually dare to question me? The muscles on Fang Qi's face twitched as he felt that his high status as an Origin King expert had been challenged. He immediately let out a low shout as he stood up. The moment he stepped forward, a sharp and domineering aura instantly swept out and easily forced Bai Hua back. "Brat, remember your own status when you talk back to someone else next time." Fang Qi's sharp gaze was fixed on Bai Hua. His expression was dignified. "Status? In the end, you're just a Origin King. Just how high of a status do you think you have?" However, at this moment, Luo Jin actually took a step forward from behind Bai Hua. He supported Bai Hua, who had been forced back by Fang Qi's presence. At the same time, his indifferent gaze landed on Fang Qi's body. Upon hearing Luo Jin's words, Fang Qi's old face twitched again. The two of them in front of him were basically nameless juniors. How could their words be so overbearing and arrogant? Could it be that they really had the backing of some super force? Fang Qi involuntarily became suspicious when he thought until this point. Indeed, for a group like this, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yan or Zhou Tai who was leading it, both of them were existences with extremely special identities. One of them controlled the most overbearing strength in the world, while the other was a subordinate of the number one superfaction in the continent. He had reason to believe that the other people around Xiao Yan were definitely not ordinary people. However, even with that being the case, Fang Qi was still unwilling to accept this. He was a mighty Origin King after all, yet he was treated like this by two Origin Transformation brats. If news of this spread, he would become the laughingstock of others. The prestige he had established in the Fang family would collapse as well. However, just when Fang Qi was about to speak again, "Enough! All of you, get out!" Chapter 1189. Being reprimanded by the fairy doctor in front of everyone once again. Logically speaking, Fang Qi should have retorted and pressured her. However, when he saw the fairy doctor's eyes that seemed to want to devour someone, even with his mental state, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything and walked out first. Just as Fang Qi was about to step out of the room, he was stopped by the fairy doctor once again. The suppressed anger in his heart had just gathered when he saw the fairy doctor pointing at Fang Jizong, who was lying flat on the boat. Fang Qi clenched his teeth and turned back. He carried Fang Jizong from the bed and then turned to walk out of the door. "Little girl, listen carefully. The reason why I did not reprimand you is because Xiao Yan saved my son. I can also understand your feelings now. However, if there is a next time, then don't blame me. Let's go." The fairy doctor's back was facing Fang Qi. Just one word caused Fang Qi's face to instantly become gloomy. He stared at the fairy doctor with some mild anger. In the end, Fang Qi did not say anything. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the door. After that, Luo Jin and Bai Hua bent over and lifted the unconscious Xiao Yan and placed him on the bed. Only then did they walk out of the room with Zhou Tai and the rest and once again return to the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, only the unconscious Xiao Yan and the fairy doctor were left in the room. The fairy doctor's gentle and beautiful eyes were filled with a strong sense of heartache. Looking at Xiao Yan, whose eyes were tightly shut and whose face had already become pale, the fairy doctor's heart could not bear to see him like this. She gently lifted her sleeves and wiped away the beads of sweat on Xiao Yan's forehead. After that, she stretched out her hands and tightly grasped Xiao Yan's wide and fair hands. Compared to Xiao Yan's two soft hands, it was like comparing an adult and a child. Her beautiful eyes carefully sized up the familiar face that was close at hand. The fairy doctor's heart could not help but recall the words that Xiao Yan had said to her not long ago. "You are my responsibility." The little fairy doctor could not help but mutter softly. It was unknown if Xiao Yan had sensed something or if it was due to the spreading of the poison in his body, but the muscles between his brows trembled slightly. The little fairy doctor immediately recovered. She knew that now was not the time to reminisce about the past. Only then did she swiftly spread out her spiritual strength and poured it into Xiao Yan's body. She quickly investigated the situation within Xiao Yan's body. In a short period of time, the poison in Xiao Yan's body had already occupied the center of the cyclone. Xiao Yan was unable to mobilize the Genesis Qi in his body, and the heavenly flame had also lost its ability to counterattack. At this very moment, the poison was spreading deeper into the meridians in Xiao Yan's body. When the little fairy doctor attempted to use her Dou Qi to block the poison, she helplessly discovered that the poison did not fear her Dou Qi. This point was just as Xiao Yan had said. Her current cultivation was really insufficient. She was unable to unleash any strength if she wanted to use it to deal with this strange poison. The poison could even absorb Genesis Qi, let alone Dou Qi. Since she was unable to control the poison, the little fairy doctor decided to give up on the idea of refining it from Xiao Yan's body. Instead, she changed her strategy and used her Dou Qi to guide the poison. Strand after strand of poison followed Xiao Yan's meridians all the way to his palm, before flowing into his body through the meridians in the little fairy doctor's palm. As the owner of the woeful poison body, the little fairy doctor naturally did not need to worry about the poison doing anything to her. She could continuously guide and absorb the poison, and not only would it not cause any harm to her body, she would even be able to utilize the poison and convert it into her own power, allowing her to swiftly cultivate in a manner that ordinary people would not dare to imagine. The most frightening thing was that this cultivation method would not bring any negative effects to the little fairy doctor's body. However, although the little fairy doctor had tried her best to guide the poison in Xiao Yan's body into her own through his veins, the effect of this method was limited. The little fairy doctor was fine with absorbing and refining strand by strand. However, the speed at which the poison in Xiao Yan's body was growing and spreading was much faster than this. Regardless of how the little fairy doctor guided it, the effect she obtained was at most half of the speed at which the poison was spreading. In contrast, the poison was not only unaffected by the little fairy doctor's guidance, it had already occupied several important meridians in Xiao Yan's body, causing the poison to spread at a much faster rate. Even the Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body was almost completely absorbed by the poison. Once the Genesis Qi was completely absorbed, it would be time for Xiao Yan's body and spirit to be devoured. When that happened, the little fairy doctor would be powerless to reverse the situation even if she used all her methods. The little fairy doctor also quickly discovered this point. However, she was also helpless in this kind of situation. Currently, she had already done her best to use all of the qi paths in Xiao Yan's body that she could use to guide out the poison. Even though this was the case, the effect that she had obtained was still minuscule. If she had to find a solution, meanwhile, another force was quietly gathering in the depths of Xiao Yan's body. Once the poison in Xiao Yan's body spread to a point where the little fairy doctor could no longer control it, this force would immediately take effect. Woeful poison body activate. Following the low cry from the little fairy doctor's mouth, numerous purple-black mysterious lines rapidly spread out from between her eyebrows. At the same time, Her beautiful black hair also turned snow-white in the blink of an eye. A purple light surged into her eyes. At the same time, the speed at which she absorbed the poison suddenly increased explosively. Even so, the little fairy doctor's absorption speed and effectiveness was at most proportional to the speed at which the poison spread in Xiaoyan's body. It's still not enough. Her beautiful eyes flickered faintly. The little fairy doctor's heart was filled with a myriad of complicated emotions. Her red lips parted slightly, but she was hesitant. Even if she had temporarily delayed the poison's spread, it was ultimately not a solution. If she wanted to completely prevent Xiaoyan's meridians and bones from being harmed by the poison, she would need to completely change the direction and strength of the poison spread. However, to do so, she would need an even greater force to support it. At the same time, the speed at which she guided the poison out of Xiaoyan's body would need to be faster and more thorough. There was only one way to do this. After struggling for a while, the little fairy doctor finally released her slender hand that was tightly holding onto Xiaoyan's palm. At the same time, a crimson color surged onto her pretty face. Her delicate body trembled as she bent down. Her soft red lips timidly and longingly gently touched Xiaoyan's lips. Their lips and teeth melded together and their saliva flowed. The poison in Xiaoyan's body was thus guided into the little fairy doctor's body. Chapter 1190. Another 3 days passed. When the little fairy doctor came out of the room, everyone could only see her pretty face, which was suffused with a red glow. Her pair of pretty eyes were somewhat absent-minded, and her black hair appeared a little messy. Luo Jin and the others were curious when they saw this, but they also seemed to have discovered something. They exchanged glances with one another and simply inquired about Xiaoyan's condition. However, they did not ask what exactly had happened. Soon after, the group entered the room and saw Xiaoyan sitting on the bed to recover his Genesis Qi. Sensing these people, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His gaze made contact with Luo Jin and Bai Hua for an instant. Feeling the strangeness in their eyes, Xiaoyan could not help but open his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. Seeing this, Luo Jin slowly stepped forward. He raised his hand and gently patted the former's shoulder. Concerned, he asked a few questions about the condition of Xiaoyan's body. After learning that the poison in Xiaoyan's body had been completely resolved, Luo Jin, Bai Hua, and the others finally relaxed. For hours later, Xiaoyan's group, Fang Qi and the other higher-ups of the Fang clan were all standing in a large hall of the Fang clan. At the same time, Fang Jizong, who had recovered, was also present. Fang Jizong thanks Mr. Xiaoyan for saving my life. Although Fang Jizong's consciousness had been unclear for the past few years, he still had a deep memory of everything that had happened. Xiaoyan had helped him twice. Although he was unconscious at the time, he still knew everything that had happened. Although Xiaoyan did not like Fang Qi's character, Fang Jizong's actions did not make him feel repulsed. In response to Fang Jizong's respectful and sincere thanks, Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. As he stood up, he helped Fang Jizong up. Young Master Fang is too polite. Since I promised your father, I will naturally do my best to save your life. Now that you are safe and sound, I can rest assured. After removing the poison from his body, Fang Jizong's entire appearance had changed drastically. His originally bloated body had now slimmed down by more than 2 times. Even his lax eyes had become bright and sharp. His manner of speech and actions also displayed the demeanor of a great person. Compared to the Fang Jizong that Xiaoyan's group had met a few days ago, the person in front of them was like a completely different person. Earlier, I heard that Mr. Xiaoyan had poisoned himself because of me. I really feel guilty in my heart. Originally, I wanted to go and visit you, but I was stopped by these few friends of yours at the door. In the hall, the two of them faced each other. Fang Jizong spoke with an apologetic face. At the same time, his gaze also glanced at Luo Jin and the others by the side. The few of them sensed his gaze and gathered their gazes on Xiaoyan. From the looks of it, it appeared that they had thrown the problem to Xiaoyan. Haha! Thanks to young Master Fang's concern, I am fine now. Seeing that Luo Jin and the others had actually displayed an appearance as though nothing had happened and had thrown the matter to him, Xiao Yan immediately smiled bitterly in his heart. He accompanied Fang Jizong in a smile. At the same time his words sounded, the corner of his eyes involuntarily glanced toward the little fairy doctor by his side. When the little fairy doctor heard Xiao Yan's words at this time, she couldn't help but think of what happened between her and Xiao Yan in the room in the past 3 days. Her cheeks, which were still indifferent a moment ago, flushed in the blink of an eye. Haha, it's good that Mr. Xiao Yan is fine. Here, these are the medicinal materials that you asked me to collect before. I have asked someone to put them in the storage ring for you. At this time, Fang Qi, who was sitting in the first seat, laughed and waved his hand gently. Then, a clan member respectfully walked to Xiao Yan with a tray. There was a storage ring on the tray, and the medicinal materials that Xiao Yan needed were in it. Xiao Yan took the storage ring with one hand and checked it casually. After confirming that the medicinal materials in it were correct, he cupped his hands and said to Fang Qi, "In this case, thank you family head Fang. Now that young Master Fang's problem has been solved, I think it's time for us to leave." As Xiao Yan said, Luo Jin and others behind him also stood up and faced Fang Qi. They had been prepared to leave the Fang family for a long time, but they didn't expect that so many things would happen during this time. Now it was finally time to leave. Of course, they didn't hesitate. "Oh, so soon? Mr. Xiao Yan and his group have just arrived in the southernmost land and have helped the Fang family so much. I haven't been a good host and you are leaving?" Hearing Xiao Yan's words, even Fang Qi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Xiao Yan didn't do anything on this trip to the Fang family except to help Fang Jizong detoxify. The only request he made was to take out 30 sets of medicinal materials for refining the breakthrough pill from the Fang family's inventory. This was nothing to the Fang family. They thought that now that the poison in Xiao Yan's body had been removed, he might ask for more things. They didn't expect that he would leave in a blink of an eye. "We appreciate family head Fang's kindness, but we still have something to do, so it's inconvenient for us to stay. If there is another chance, we will definitely come back as guests." Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled politely. His words were completely polite, but they caused a burst of sneer in the ears of the people who heard it. It was really hard for people to take these words that were meant to coax a child seriously. That's good. We will meet again if fate allows it. I just don't know why Mr. Xiao Yan rushed to the southernmost land in such a hurry. Oh, I'm just curious. You don't have to take it to heart." Fang Qi rolled his eyes and immediately asked again. "Burning Flame Valley. I heard that there is going to be a sect competition there. We just want to join in the fun and take a look." After a slight hesitation, Xiao Yan said lightly. When Fang Qi heard this, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Even Fang Jizong, who was beside him, looked at Xiao Yan with some surprise. "Oh, so it's like this. That's right. In recent years, there have been many people watching the sect competition. There are even many people who have the chance to fight at the end of the sect competition. The winner can even get a reward from the sect. This has indeed attracted many younger disciples for the sect." Fang Qi seemed to understand this very well. Xiao Yan didn't think too much about it. After saying a few more words, he led Luo Jin and the others out of the hall. Behind them, Fang Jizong hurriedly followed and wanted to send Xiao Yan and the others out of the door. When Xiao Yan's front foot stepped out of the hall, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Fang Qi, who was still sitting in his seat. The corners of his mouth curled up and he said with a smile, "Oh right, family head Fang. Don't forget that you promised me. You still owe me a favor." After saying this, Xiao Yan didn't pay much attention to Fang Qi, whose face had changed. He took a step forward and the group walked out of the Fang family along the way they came. Chapter 1191. Xiao Yan's group was currently walking out of the Fang residence. Fang Jizong swiftly followed behind. Although Fang Jizong was somewhat touched by Xiao Yan's earlier words, he did not think too much about it. On the other hand, Fang Jizong was rather interested in the matter of heading to the Burning Flame Valley that Xiao Yan had mentioned. To think that Mr. Xiao Yan is also here for the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley. After catching up, Fang Jizong glanced at the little fairy doctor beside Xiao Yan. Her extraordinary aura was indeed very eye-catching. However, he could only take a look. Yes, the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley can be considered a grand event in the extreme south. I already knew about it before coming here and naturally should go and take a look. Xiao Yan softly chuckled. His expression was serious, as if his words were true. Could it be that Mr. Xiao Yan is planning to join the Burning Flame Valley? Xiao Yan possessed fire attribute Genesis Qi. In addition, he possessed a natural power like a heavenly flame. Once he joined the Burning Flame Valley, he would definitely be heavily nurtured. This would undoubtedly bring endless benefits to an ordinary person. Fang Jizong immediately thought of this point when he heard that Xiao Yan was heading to the Burning Flame Valley. You can say that. In this regard, Xiao Yan paused for a moment before replying vaguely. If that is the case, my Fang clan may be able to help. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a faint smile immediately appeared on Fang Jizong's face. Xiao Yan's footsteps paused slightly as he turned his head to look at the latter. To be honest, my Fang clan is actually a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Yan's group immediately understood when Fang Jizong's words were said. No wonder he would ask such a strange question. So it was because of this. Since the Fang clan was a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley, if Xiao Yan really joined the Burning Flame Valley, his position in the faction would definitely not be low in the future. It would not be too late to pull their relationship closer to him at this moment. Along the way, Fang Jizong told Xiao Yan about the relationship between his family and the Burning Flame Valley. According to Fang Jizong, the Fang family had joined the Burning Flame Valley 3 years ago. Before that, the Fang family had not joined any other faction. Similarly, Fang Jizong had not been poisoned. The reason why Fang Qi joined the Burning Flame Valley was because no one could cure him after he was poisoned. Even if he found the Alchemist Alliance, they did not have a complete solution. Among the 3 sects of the southern region, the only one that could be trusted was the Burning Flame Valley. In order for the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master to help Fang Jizong, Fang Qi took the initiative to join the Burning Flame Valley. Although he was ultimately unable to remove the poison in Fang Jizong's body, the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley promised Fang Qi that he would wait for another 3 years. After 3 years, there would definitely be a way to remove the poison from Fang Jizong's body. However, now that the deadline was approaching, who would have thought that the people from the 10,000 Scorpion sect would suddenly arrive? If not for Xiao Yan's timely arrival, the Fang family would have already become a part of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Among all the information that Xiao Yan had heard, the most shocking thing was that the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley was actually a super expert whose cultivation had already reached the Origin Ancestor realm. Who would have thought that even such an expert was unable to remove the poison in Fang Jizong's body? After explaining along the way, Fang Jizong ultimately sent Xiao Yan's group out of the house. After both parties smiled and said goodbye, the group headed east. According to Fang Jizong, the location of his Fang family was not too far away from the Burning Flame Valley. With the speed of Xiao Yan's group, it would take them at most 2 days to reach the Burning Flame Valley. Calculating the time, there were still 5 days before the Burning Flame Valley's intersect grand competition, which was more than enough time. To think that the Fang family is actually a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley. Looks like we have to be more careful when heading to the Burning Flame Valley this time. After seeing the actions of the people from the Fang family, Xiao Yan's group immediately became fearful of the so-called Burning Flame Valley. After all, the Fang family had already made them so restless, not to mention the Burning Flame Valley, whose strength was many times greater than the Fang family. The Burning Flame Valley was located in a mountain range called the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range in the extreme south. The Scarlet Flame Mountain Range was once the most vast and barren mountain range in the extreme south. Almost no one lived there, and even ordinary magical beasts would not choose to live there. The endless Scarlet Red Mountain Range was like a burning land that extended outwards. The sun shone down and there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The originally blue sky was dyed a fiery red by the scarlet red light. The temperature in the air was simply unbearable for ordinary people, and all plants were destined to be unable to survive in this place. As far as the eye could see, not only were there no plants in the entire barren mountain range, there were not even any branches or leaves of basswood. When the strong wind blew, all the leaves and flowers that flew over from the mountain forest in the distance would turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. The water vapor contained within the plants would evaporate in the blink of an eye, to the extent that even breathing would become extremely difficult. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the loneliness of the mountain range. They could even see countless rivers of magma that flowed slowly. The scorching high temperature burned the land into a sparkling scarlet color. This place was simply like a wasteland that had been abandoned by the continent. It was likely that no one would be willing to stay here. However, at this very moment, Xiao Yan's group of 7 had finally arrived at the outskirts of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. This is the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range? It's really like what Fang Jizong said. This is simply not a place where humans can live. Although they were far away, the group of people had already felt the hot air from the air. The clothes of the few of them had already been soaked in sweat. The long skirt that the fairy doctor wore was even more tightly clung to her delicate body. There was no doubt that her curvaceous figure was undoubtedly displayed, causing one's imagination to run wild. Xiao Yan turned around and looked at the group of people behind him. Immediately, an awkward expression could not help but appear on his face. Although the temperature here was not low, for Xiao Yan, who possessed the heavenly flame, he had long been accustomed to various kinds of heat and heat. To be honest, even after arriving here, he still did not feel any heat. However, at this moment, Luo Jin and the others' faces were already filled with impatience and suffering. Seeing this situation, Xiao Yan hurriedly took out a few fingernail-sized ice crystals from the storage ring and quickly handed them to everyone. Although these ice crystals looked ordinary, the moment they appeared, some fine ice fragments actually appeared out of thin air in the originally dry and hot air. Moreover, even the temperature of the small space where everyone was in actually instantly dropped. What is this? It can actually change the temperature here in an instant. Seeing this scene, even Luo Jin's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Although he had seen many natural treasures and believed that his experience was not shallow, he had never seen such a heaven-defying thing. Just a fingernail-sized piece was actually able to change the temperature of this place. This is extreme cold? Swoosh! Xiao Yan had just opened his mouth with a smile and was about to tell the few people in front of him what the thing in their hands was. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's body was suddenly shocked. A bone-chilling chill instantly followed from his feet to the top of his head. Extreme fear actually caused his soul to instantly tremble. Immediately in the next moment, when Xiao Yan hurriedly turned around, a pair of dark red eyes that were filled with murderous intent collided with his line of sight. Chapter 1192. Buzz! The sudden appearance of a chilling killing intent caused Xiao Yan's entire body and soul to involuntarily tremble. The pair of pupils in his pitch-black eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip, and even his breathing stopped for a moment. Especially when Xiao Yan directly met the pair of dark red eyes, he was even more able to feel the chilling and merciless killing intent. It was straightforward and callous, without any impurities. However, it was precisely because of this that it caused one to feel even more terrified. Both parties had yet to speak, but Xiao Yan was already certain that this person was definitely coming for them. It was only when Xiao Yan turned around that Luo Jin and the rest finally noticed the strange figure that had suddenly appeared on the distant barren mountain. A black cloak covered his entire body, making it impossible to see his true appearance from the outside. All they could see was a pair of dark red eyes. However, unlike Xiao Yan, Luo Jin and the rest did not feel the slightest bit of killing intent from this person. In other words, this fellow was completely targeting Xiao Yan alone. What's going on? There was clearly no one there just a moment ago. Why did this fellow suddenly appear? One had to know that the group had already been at the outskirts of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range for close to 15 minutes. They were certain that during this time, no one had entered or exited before their eyes, nor had they sensed any aura. However, since that was the case, when did this fellow in front of them appear? Seeing Xiao Yan's deathly pale face, Luo Jin's heart instantly tightened. Since they did not feel any killing intent from the other party, and Xiao Yan had such a pale face at this moment, it meant that the other party's target was only Xiao Yan alone. May I know who you are and why are you here? As he spoke, Luo Jin's body indiscernibly moved, shielding half of Xiao Yan's body behind him, while Bai Hua also blocked the other half of Xiao Yan's body. Get out of the way, I can only kill him alone. A cold and hoarse voice sounded out from under the black cloak. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in the indifferent voice, and the stranger's gaze never left Xiao Yan's face. At the same time, in the space in front of him, an extremely powerful energy began to gradually condense, transforming into a diamond-shaped spike in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin and the rest instantly became nervous. The little fairy doctor and the rest behind them also hurriedly surrounded Xiao Yan, each releasing the energy within their body in an attempt to block the stranger's attack for Xiao Yan. All of you, get out of the way. Xiao Yan, who was surrounded by a cold killing intent, finally managed to forcefully stabilize his originally trembling soul and body at this moment. He clenched his teeth and uttered these words. However, the few people in front of him were completely indifferent. Get out of the way. Xiao Yan forcefully supported his body. At the same time that he let out a low cry, the fierce, heavenly flame also began to burn violently on the surface of his body. An invisible strength immediately swept over. The searing high temperature also completely wiped away the fear within Xiao Yan's heart. Sensing that his presence had been broken through, the black-cloaked man could not help but gently exclaim, as if he had never thought that a returnant's brat would be able to break through his pressure. However, when he saw the heavenly flames on Xiao Yan's body, he immediately understood his surprise. That's it. Even if it was a heavenly flame, it was still unable to cause much of an emotional fluctuation in the heart of the black-robed man. The hoarse and cold voice once again spat out. A pair of dark red eyes slightly focused, and the energy spike in front of him immediately shot out. Swish! The sharp sound of rushing wind appeared for an instant before the empty space in front of the sharp spike suddenly collapsed. At the same time, it turned into an endless empty space. The entire world began to distort. After reaching a certain critical point, the already shattered empty space began to distort and tear apart an even larger area of the sky. At the same time, an extremely powerful pressure easily broke apart everyone in front of Xiao Yan. The powerful force directly targeted Xiao Yan. During this entire process, the black-robed man did not even raise his head to look. Instead, after the energy spike shot out, he turned his gaze back. His eyes revealed a hint of fear as he looked towards the depths of the Scarlet Flame mountain range, before preparing to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, there was no longer any activity from Xiao Yan in the distance. The sound of a body being penetrated that he should have heard did not appear. This caused him to be extremely surprised. Turning his head to look, he saw that the place where Xiao Yan was originally standing was actually empty. Instead, a hill in the distance had been blasted into a deep pit by the force. Seeing this scene, the black-cloaked man immediately frowned. He did not think that with that brat's strength, he would be able to dodge his attack. But since that was the case, what was going on right now? 7-layer heaven-breaking ruler. An earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded out from behind the black-cloaked man. Xiao Yan's figure scuttled out from a pitch-black tent, holding a giant ruler in his hand, flames curling around it. In the blink of an eye, the graceful ruler light had already stood between heaven and earth, as though it wanted to split the heavens and earth, and directly descended towards the black-cloaked man. The graceful ruler light closed in on the black-cloaked man in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to land on his body, the black-cloaked man unhurriedly turned his head, allowing the graceful ruler light above his head to descend. He only gently raised a finger, and a light flickered at the tip of his finger. Whoosh! There seemed to be a flash of lightning between heaven and earth. The huge amount of energy contained in the ruler light was instantly cut off. Then, with a boom, it exploded between heaven and earth. What? Seeing this shocking scene, Xiao Yan was instantly shocked. However, before he could do anything else, the black-cloaked man, who was included in the range of the energy explosion, suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised a hand and grabbed at Xiao Yan's head. The skinny palm quickly enlarged in Xiao Yan's eyes, Even though he had already done his best to condense a defense on the surface of his body, he still felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart in the face of the black-cloaked man's attack. He could only allow the palm in front of him to land on his head. Buzz! However, in the next moment, the scene from a few days ago appeared again in Xiao Yan's body. Shocking energy ripples swept out from Xiao Yan's body. The powerful pressure caused the black-cloaked man's expression to suddenly change. At the same time, an illusionary human figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. A finger pressed against the palm of the black-robed person. A powerful force immediately erupted and penetrated the palm and forearm of the black-robed person. Soon after, the black-robed person's entire body was sent flying by this force that had suddenly appeared. Then, he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. It had an almost corporeal body and an extremely powerful aura. In particular, the face that Xiao Yan could not be more familiar with. The figure that suddenly appeared was Xiao Xian, who had been sleeping for a long time. Chapter 1193. The sudden change in the sky not only caused the mysterious black-robed man to be shocked, but even Luo Jin and the rest of the people were also shocked. What is that? It seems to be a soul. I think that guy should be the one hiding in Xiao Yan's body. A spirit body can actually possess such powerful strength. Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw Xiao Xian blow the black-robed person away with a single strike. After all, even when they used their full strength to block the attack, they could not even block the shockwaves from the black-robed person's attack. However, the soul that had appeared before them was able to blow the black-robed person away in a single strike, which was more than enough to demonstrate his terrifying cultivation. I never thought that Xiao Yan would be acquainted with an expert like that. From the way the two of them fought, they're probably even stronger than Origin Kings. They're actually two Origin Kings. When Luo Jin's mouth emitted an exclamation of surprise, the expressions of Zhou Tai and the others behind him also changed. Fortunately, from the way this expert in front of Xiao Yan had acted earlier, he was at least standing on their side. From the looks of it, their current situation could still be considered safe. Since he's taken action, I think we'll be fine this time, Luo Jin said. Now that both sides had an expert at Origin King, it would be difficult to determine the victor once they began fighting. Not to mention that they were currently within the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. If a battle between Origin Kings dragged on for too long, it would attract the attention of the Burning Flame Valley. It would be even more difficult for the mysterious black-robed person to deal with. The others all nodded in relief when they heard Luo Jin's words. However, they could not help but feel fear when they looked at the black-robed person. Although they were powerful even in the extreme south, they were still nowhere close to true experts of the upper echelons. In the eyes of Origin Kings, so-called Origin Transformation and Returnance experts like them were nothing. Origin King, huh? At this moment, the black-robed man who had been sent flying by Xiao Xian's attack was also in the air. His injured right arm trembled slightly as he stared at Xiao Xian with his dark red eyes. His voice was still slightly shaken. Although the previous attack was sudden, it was enough for him to clearly see the strength of the person in front of him. A 5-star Source King was much stronger than him. In terms of cultivation alone, Xiao Xian could already suppress him, let alone now that he was injured. Most importantly, Xiao Xian did not possess a body right now. He was just a soul. If Xiao Xian recovered his body, his battle prowess would definitely skyrocket once more. That way, the mysterious person would be even less of his opponent. Little fellow, are you all right? Xiao Xian ignored the black-robed man and turned to face Xiao Yan with a smile. Ancestor Xiao Xian, you've recovered. Yeah, not only have I recovered, but my strength has also increased by quite a lot. The sea race sure has a lot of treasures. Why don't you go get some for me? Xiao Xian stopped worrying when he saw that Xiao Yan was fine. He grinned, but his tone was rather teasing. However, when Xiao Yan heard that, he could not help but become stunned. He cursed inside. In order to help Xiao Xian recover his soul, Hai Zhantian had taken out all the treasures of the sea race that could recover soul force without holding back at all. The two sea race probably still felt pained over this matter, yet Xiao Xian still dared to say something like that. Haha, alright, I'm just joking. Let's cut the crap and listen to what this friend has to say first. Xiao Xian laughed. Xiao Xian laughed out loud. He was naturally aware of Xiao Yan's thoughts. He knew that Xiao Yan would be embarrassed to look for the Sea Clan. Xiao Xian immediately turned around and the smile on his face was withdrawn. His dense gaze was like a sharp blade as it landed on the black-robed person. An invisible aura broke through empty space and cut off half of the black robe that covered his face. OM! The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat, and his imposing aura gushed out. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Xian with fear. Who are you? Why did you attack him? Xiao Xian's face was calm, but his voice was chilling. At the same time, the mighty Genesis Chi in his body began to circulate. You don't need to know. The black-robed man took a step forward, and purple-black Genesis Chi rapidly spread from the bottom of his feet as the space beneath his feet crumbled. I don't need to know? Even if he's going to die, you should at least let him know the reason. The black-robed man remained indifferent, as though he hadn't heard Xiao Xian's words. Since you don't want to speak, I'll have to beat you until you do. Xiao Xian narrowed his eyes, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. He slowly lifted his right hand and clasped his two fingers together. With one thought, the Genesis Chi between heaven and earth began to circulate, and a hurricane began to swirl around him. Invisible wind blades emitted piercing sounds in the sky, and a fierce aura soared into the sky. Swoosh! The tip of Xiao Xian's foot tapped the void, and his figure instantly shot across the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the black-robed man. With a wave of his two fingers, fierce sword chi suddenly streaked across the air. The hurricane abruptly changed directions, turning into an invisible energy wave that pounced towards the black-robed man from all directions. At the same time, the black-robed man didn't back down in the slightest. He stomped his foot, and purple-black Genesis Chi immediately gushed out from the bottom of his feet. It soared into the sky and turned into a wall that blocked the invisible wave. The moment the purple-black Genesis Chi wall was broken, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed at Xiao Xian's head. Xiao Xian wasn't afraid in the slightest. He stretched out two fingers of his right hand and tapped the black-robed man's palm again. But this time, because of the Genesis Chi, the fierce sword chi didn't penetrate the black-robed man's palm. But even so, the energy ripples that swept out from the two of them caused the world to tremble. The domineering sword aura even cut the barren mountain on one side. The mountain was cut in half, and when the upper part collapsed, a flat and smooth platform was left in the cut area. Xiao Yan and the others had no choice but to avoid the battle. They stood on the barren mountain and watched the two people fiercely fighting from a distance. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with shock when he saw Xiao Xian display a frightening fighting strength. He naturally understood the words of the black-robed person earlier. The current Xiao Xian was already a genuine expert at the Origin King class. It was unexpected that Xiao Xian's awakening this time around would bring him such a great surprise. If the favor that the Fang clan had mentioned was still uncertain, Xiao Xian's appearance at this moment gave him true confidence. At the very least, with Xiao Xian in charge, their group would not need to fear those ordinary Origin Kings. Xiao Yan, who is he? It was only then that Luo Jin asked the question in his heart. After all, such an expert had suddenly appeared in their team. Even if he didn't need to worry, he was still a little curious. Him? He's my ancestor. Chapter 1194. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Luo Jin did not believe him. Instead, he was speechless. A suspicious expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Xiao Yan, the latter was not the kind of person who would easily say such words just because of the other party's strength. However, the two words that Xiao Yan had spat out at this moment caused him to be unable to believe it. Even if it was a joke, it should not be said in such a manner. I say, even if this fellow is an Origin King expert, I do not believe that with your arrogance, you would actually address a stranger in such a manner. Do you still have any integrity? Luo Jin's words caused Xiao Yan to be stunned. On the other hand, Bai Hua could not help but laugh out loud. As for the fairy doctor, although she did not dare to easily believe it, she already had an idea in her heart. At this moment, Zhou Tai and the rest also had faces filled with curiosity and suspicion. Everyone was clear about Xiao Yan's character. However, at this moment, the words that Xiao Yan had said caused them to not dare to believe it. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but how could one randomly acknowledge an ancestor? Xiao Yan, don't tell me that he is that. Immediately after, Bai Hua noticed the somewhat serious expression in Xiao Yan's eyes and hurriedly returned to normal. Soon after, her tone was somewhat surprised as she asked. Behind her, the fairy doctor also opened her pair of watery eyes and stared at Xiao Yan with a curious expression on her face. Yes, it is indeed him. I have succeeded. Hearing the meaning in Bai Hua's words, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled. He did not hide anything. Everyone present was on the same side and there was nothing to hide. Other than some secrets that were related to himself, there was no harm in revealing the rest. Hiss! Hearing Xiao Yan personally confirm it, Bai Hua and the fairy doctor could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. They really did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually succeed. The person who had appeared in front of them now was an absolute expert who had once affected the entire Doqi continent. They did not expect that he had actually revived. Even so, Luo Jin's face was still at a loss. Although he did not know who the soul that had appeared later was, he could tell from the expressions on Bai Hua and the fairy doctor's faces that he was an extremely impressive character. He is indeed my ancestor. His name is Xiao Xian, and he is the person I admire the most in my life. Seeing that the faces of Luo Jin and the others were still at a loss, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and spoke in an indifferent and certain manner. He did not explain much, but it allowed the few of them to immediately understand the truth of Xiao Yan's words. If that's the case? Luo Jin's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. Back then, Luo Ao had told him that there was another soul in Xiao Yan's body. Now, it seemed that it was Xiao Xian. So, Xiao Xian is also from the Doqi continent? While they were talking about Xiao Xian, the battle between Xiao Xian and the mysterious man was getting more and more intense. Materialization of the Great Tao. Devil Tribulation Armor. With a low growl, the strange purple-black power of the Great Way quickly condensed on the surface of the black-robed man's body. In the blink of an eye, a strange and ugly armor covered with sharp thorns covered the black-robed man's body. Unfortunately, his Genesis Chi was of the poison attribute, and his Great Tao power was mainly poison. Even if he encountered an opponent of the same level, his opponent would not dare to underestimate him because of his poison power. Normally, when he fought, his opponent would be careful, and there was no reason for him to defend. But now, in the face of Xiao Xian's fierce and domineering offensive, his poison had no effect at all. Whether it was the poison mist or the weapon formed from poison, it was useless under Xiao Xian's attack. As long as the poison mist spread, it would be immediately blown away by the hurricane around Xiao Xian. As for the weapon, Xiao Xian's fierce sword chi seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. As long as he swiped 2 fingers, any attack would be instantly severed. Xiao Xian was a monster with no flaws. Damn it! I don't believe it. Since the poison can't touch you, I'll do it myself. At this point, even the black-robed man, who had a stable temperament, could no longer calm down. He had never seen such a monstrous person. No matter what, he must break Xiao Xian's attack. Clang, clang, clang. Gaga gaga. You don't seem to have mastered the Great Tao power. Although your sword chi is extraordinary, you look down on the Great Tao power too much if you want to rely on it to break my armor formed from the Great Tao power. Seeing that Xiao Xian couldn't break his armor, the black-robed man finally revealed a sinister smile. He ignored the sword chi that collided with his armor and directly charged at Xiao Xian. Although Xiao Xian's battle prowess was terrifying, the black-robed man firmly believed that as long as his poison could injure Xiao Xian, he would definitely have a chance to defeat Xiao Xian. Since Xiao Xian couldn't break his armor at such a close distance, he would definitely be injured. So, it was his turn to attack. Die! Clang! The black-robed man was covered in spikes, and he appeared before Xiao Xian in the blink of an eye. He charged at Xiao Xian with all his might, but the result was that when the spikes were a few inches away from Xiao Xian's body, A golden light immediately flickered on the surface of Xiao Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, it had covered Xiao Xian's entire body. This is... The black-robed man's expression changed drastically when he saw the profound golden runes on Xiao Xian's body. He had never imagined that Xiao Xian would actually have such a method. Sky Prison Formation. Activate. Xiao Xian didn't care about the expression on the black-robed man's face. With a low roar, golden light flashed under the black-robed man's feet and wrapped around him in the blink of an eye, making it impossible for him to leave the space he was in. At the same time, Xiao Xian lifted 2 fingers, and a hurricane spun between heaven and earth. Genesis Chi condensed at his fingertips and turned into a speck of starlight. Green cleansing sword art, heavenly strike. Slash. As the sword art was executed, rays of light flashed, and the armor was torn apart. The entire battle lasted less than half an hour, but the black-robed man had been utterly defeated. Now, you can tell me? Who are you? The armor was broken, and even the robes worn by the black-robed person were cut into pieces, revealing a skinny body underneath. His face was also extremely skinny. The only difference was that there was a huge scorpion tattooed on the left side of the black-robed person's chest. From this point alone, the group was able to roughly confirm the identity of this fellow. You're from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Xiao Yan and the others approached. They felt a little surprise at the identity of this fellow. However, they understood after thinking about it. They had spoiled their plan. It was normal for them to want to kill them. Unfortunately, they had failed. Xiao Yan and the others walked over. Pu Fu, I was ordered by the sect master to kill you.